Wiadomo, że ja nie mogę cały tydzień siedzieć na kongresie, bo wchodzę praktycznie zachodzą. Proszę, okazało, że mi zwrócą. To niedobrze, i to był pociąg, wiesz, do Pragi, do Pesztu, pociąg, co jest cało. Anny spotkałam na lekkim gazie. Ale nie to jest tam gadać, ja też mam idę do pokoju, ale chyba taka jest szczęśliwa i chyba do no to dobrze, przynajmniej jest
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I would like to start with a great thank you to all of you, the Congress participants who have been following the program very closely for the last few days. Please accept my apologies for little logistical and technical difficulties yesterday. Thank you so much for taking these with good humor. And I hope there are no more difficulties of this kind to be expected. To brighten this day up already, I have 3 good news, and I had to take notes what these news are because I'm already on a different planet. All right. Well, the first good news is that during the afternoon coffee break that we will actually have coffee and tea here, so that's very useful. Second, I just got a message from a print shop that in the evening we will have the prints of the anthology of critical texts in Central and Eastern Europe after 1989, and you will receive copies in the evening. So that's another good news. And yet another one is that the fantastic guys who are cooking for us in the evenings offered a discount to all of you at their headquarters, which is close to here, one stop on the way to the city center. It's called Bar Bałtyk, so if you're into the kind of food that we're eating in the evenings, natural wines and distilled liquor, you can safely go there and ask for a discount for AICA. And another good news is I won't be speaking too much today, so without further ado, I introduce Jarosław Lubiak from AICA Poland, the host of the first panel. Enjoy.
Thank you. It is a pleasure for me to moderate this panel and to participate in that Congress. So without delay, I would like to invite Katarzyna Jagodzińska to start our panel on instituting as a practice and process. Katarzyna is an assistant professor at the Institute of European Studies and an editor of the architectural monthly Architecture and Business. For many years, she worked at the International Cultural Center here. She's an art historian and a specialist in the field of social communication and museum studies and cultural heritage. Her paper is titled Curatorial Dreaming about the Cross Museum.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I greatly appreciate that you came in the early morning to the session on the already fourth day of the Congress. And in the very beginning, I simply need to apologize because I will need to run shortly after the paper. I have overlapping conferences and I need to attend a conference on post-industrial heritage in Katowice, so very much apologize for that. However, if you would like to stay in touch and simply have a discussion with me and maybe collaborate, because that's what I will be presenting now, is a kind of it's a project that I'm developing right now. I will be very, very keen to speak, to discuss, and simply do something together. Curatorial dreaming, conceptualized by Shelley Ruth Butler and Erika Lehrer, is a method of imagining exhibitions by scholars inspired by their research and critical concerns to creatively put theory into practice. Their method is grounded on an assumption that scholars are highly trained in analysis and critique, but are generally unpracticed at offering constructive solutions to the problems they identify, let alone in the form of a public exhibition. They indicate a cognitive boundary between scholars and museum practitioners, and their method is a means to bring both groups closer together by leaving their comfort zones and working within different frameworks, which can be an important addition to their toolkits. Mutual underestimation of each other's work caused by being on two sides of the wall and insufficient knowledge of the specific conditions of the museum mean that the walls of the museum and the university, despite obvious points of intersection in the form of curating temporary exhibitions or providing academic consultations, meet too rarely. The method of curatorial dreaming is my point of departure for conceptualizing curatorial practice that would spread across existing infrastructure of museums and galleries, and potentially also libraries and archives to represent the entire GLAM sector, and form an alternative institution, the Cross Museum. This project is grounded on existing infrastructure and offers complementary, problem-oriented exhibitions based on a variety of concepts, be it experimental, out-of-the-box ideas opening new curatorial frameworks, or more traditional in line with current curatorial trends. Its major idea is collaboration with institutions and openness to new unexpected connections. The Cross Museum operates as an autonomous actor drawing on items from permanent exhibitions and objects selected from collections, especially to new shows. They are presented within these institutions, branded and intellectually situated in the context of a particular theme of the exhibition, as well as in the local context of a particular site. The result is an exhibition of items or objects and ephemeral items distributed among several institutions, linked by a coherent concept, visual identity, and context material produced or mixed especially for the exhibition. The concept of the cross-museum derives from earlier museological and curatorial practices, and this way initiates a dialogue with tradition of decentralization of collections, off-site programs, and traveling exhibitions on the one side, on the other with various participatory formats of guest-guided tours by experts from within and outside museum field, and exhibitions created by outside curators, including members of the public working with museum collection, also drawing on the idea of cultural trails spread across the city and connecting places with a specific theme. There is a long array of inspiration. Here I present just 4 to be brief, but there is more. So Multaka Museum as meeting point is surely an inspiration. This was initiated in Berlin, where Syrian and Iraqi refugees are being trained as museum guides through the collections of participating museums, which you have on the screen, so that they can provide guided museum tours for Arabic-speaking refugees in their native language. And also later on, guided tours in German and English were introduced. And the program has been ongoing since 2016 and also did radiate to other places, also to other countries. So it's a kind of a framework that was then used in other places. Another one is the Open Museum that was established in 1989. The museum is part of the broader Glasgow Museums and is focused on bringing collections to people around the city. Not only does the Open Museum has traveling exhibitions and handling kits, it works to develop exhibitions with and for local groups. Here you have this kind of exhibition, here you have the kit that can be borrowed from the museum, and also there is a long list of small exhibitions. There you have the dimensions that can be borrowed by local communities and installed in some places other than the museum. Another example of inspiration for the Cross Museum would be the virtual museums of Małopolska. Dating back to 2010, it's a portal presenting digitized images of the finest and most valuable items of cultural heritage from participating museums in the Małopolska region. That is part of the Małopolska Institute of Culture, this project. So it's a website where the Institute digitizes collections from the region, and simply us as the public can browse it according to various keywords. And also there's an idea of external curators that develop their own exhibitions that are then presented online. And the final, that is the toy showcase realized by the Toy Museum in Krakow. This is something I authored and I was realizing for a year and a half in 2021-2022. Those were 5 intimate displays of historical toys from the largest private collection of toys in Poland, belonging to Krakow-based Sosenko family. They were created by 68 community curators, and over the period of a year and a half, 5 shows were organized in 3 museums, because the Toy Museum does not have its permanent seat, so the collaboration was needed. And overall, around 200 historical items were presented, so those were quite small exhibitions. All these projects develop new museology thinking towards deeper democratization of museum space, greater interconnectivity between institutions and inclusiveness of the public, as well as building on plurality of voices, perspectives, and taking advantage of changing contexts. So now I will not go deeper into new museology theory. This is just the background that is there also in my research. Exhibitions within the Cross Museum are understood as arguments in discussions on topical issues of contemporary world. They bring new curatorial ideas not present in institutional narratives, shedding light on omitted subjects or discussing current issues of public agenda. It may employ diverse types of items, that is, contemporary art, documents, literature, sound, crafts, natural objects, etc. And as a concept is applicable to various geographies. So that could be realized in a district, in the entire city, in the entire region. It can be in the entire country in various places. It can be international. It can be online or hybrid. Topics would revolve around uneasy, contested, ambiguous, and topical subjects, including green and digital transformation, artificial intelligence, war, migrations. The key for reflection will be an original object, but it will be accompanied by an array of various materials, including scholarly texts, although presented in a non-obvious ways, hidden behind QR codes, sounds, and smells. Curators will group from scholars, artists, members of the public, of whom everyone is an expert in one's own field. Broad format of the Cross Museum allows following various strategies in subsequent editions. What does the Cross Museum have to offer? The new dreamed infrastructure is an intellectual exercise and provocative ideal forcing institutions to declare readiness to collaborate, to embark partnership. The major goal of this theoretical practical project is to test the limits of outward-facing museums, the willingness to collaborate and to accept an external curator working independently beyond structure of any institution within their premises. Partnership with numerous institutions demand facing a full variety of challenges. Freedom of action is limited by the boundaries of partner institutions. Even though it opens up discussions on the issues shown and not shown that can be held outside in independent spaces or at the university, it is hosted within the boundaries of the museum. The Cross Museum will need to play according to these rules, testing when, if at all, they can be bent. The Cross Museum opens up new space for collaboration with academia, fostering curatorial and scholarly experiments that can be realized not just in the form of curatorial dreaming, but in a material form in museums, not within 2 or 3 years, which is an estimated time of producing an exhibition in a museum, but within several months within an established framework. So here's just an idea how I envisaged it. By no means, it's not that it's going to look this way. It's simply an idea how to explain the concept. So the idea is that it's spread across the city, and in a participating museum or other institution, there is a presentation of a selected object or selected objects. And there are 2 kinds of situations. One is where something is taken out from the storage to be presented, especially as part of this of the exhibition that is brainstormed at the moment. So a showcase is basically needed. A showcase that would be best. You can walk around and see the object from various places. So this shows basically the idea of a showcase and some drawers where you can put inside some context material. But what's most important is that there is a visible big QR code behind which you can actually access all sorts of material. And another situation is that within the exhibition concept, we select something that is already on view, but simply employ it as part of the exhibition, give it some other context. So the idea is that we don't need to put it in a special showcase because it's already there in the exhibition room. We simply need to add some visual identity and some furniture when we could accommodate some context material. So this is it. But this is the job for the designer to work with it. It's spread across the city, so the map basically shows this. This is also a reference to the project I was realizing before last year within the Toy Museum, where we organized the exhibition that was spread across 17 locations in Krakow. And behind the QR code, you can have anything you want, basically. So the scholarly text, sounds, images, videos, architectural material, fragments of memoirs, interviews, links, reading suggestions. So the point is that it needs to be easy, that it needs to be user-friendly, and it needs to be able to accommodate as much as we want. I can talk more, but I know there's no more time. If you would like to simply discuss it more with me and hopefully maybe collaborate, because this is something I have been developing right now, I am very, very keen to do that. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Katarzyna, for your paper. Now I would like to invite Dorota Mąkiewicz from AICA Poland. Dorota is an art critic, art curator. She worked for many years in National Museum in Warsaw, and then she was a founding director of Contemporary Museum in Wrocław. And her paper is titled Conceptualizing the Museum of Modern Art in Poland in the years of 2005-2007. So basically the time when she was preparing the very unique concept of the Contemporary Museum in Wrocław.
Hi, I am not going to speak about the Wrocław Contemporary Museum, but I'm going to speak about Warsaw Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art. It was not clear in the title of my paper because I wanted to make this case more general. And second amendment is that it is not in the years of 2005, since 2005, because when I started my research and researching documents, it occurred that it is since 2004. So there are two differences. So after this exciting speech about the contemporary strategies in museology, let's say, I will come back to the first decade of the 21st century. Because on one hand, my paper revisits the unique experience of participating in the programming work of the first Museum of Modern Art built in Poland since World War II, but on the other hand, it explores the involvement of members of the Polish section of AICA in this effort, marking a harbinger of a new approach to museum institutions in Poland. So I have two reasons. One is about the AICA involvement of our Polish section. On the other hand, it is about the history, which I think is very crucial for the Polish thoughts on museology, because it was a great experience and we had to learn during making this. So, in 2003, I was elected president of the Polish section of AICA. At that General Assembly, I presented a program focused on finally building a new Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw. I managed to secure a crucial consensus among our members, not initially apparent. As to the face of this project, we agreed on Anda Rothenberg, who was best known to the general public from among the contemporary art community, and who had pushed for the creation for such a museum for years. Following my election at the subsequent General Assembly of Polish AICA on the 9th of January 2004, we formed the Committee for a Museum of Modern Art. Our work aimed to reignite the debate on creating a modern art museum in Warsaw. And to this end, we organized a conference dedicated to the subject. Meanwhile, in the first half of 2004, I met Tadeusz Zielniewicz at the Polish Business Club, who coordinated the program of revitalizing the Royal Route in Warsaw. He was about to begin informal consultations on behalf of Waldemar Dąbrowski, the then Minister of Culture, who sought community partners for the budding idea of constructing a new museum. We decided to join forces. The first indication of AICA's involvement in programming the new museum came through Waldemar Dąbrowski's letter of the 25th of June 2004, addressed to me as the president of the Polish section of AICA. In the letter, the minister requested a list of proposed program guidelines for the future museum. This would serve as a point of departure for laying down the program and organizing an international architectural competition. According to the document, Michał Borowski, the general architect of Warsaw, and Tadeusz Zielniewicz, the then coordinator of the Royal Route program, were responsible for the project. The letter also included general parameters of the future endeavor, the preliminary schedule of works, an area of 30 or 35,000 square meters, location on Marszałkowska Street near the park, and a site map. That was the beginning. In response, our committee formulated key demands, later revisited multiple times at different stages of programming works. Our primary request with respect to the schedule attached was to focus from the outset on creating an institution rather than just on the investment process. The institution, not only the investment process. We insisted on a competition to appoint a director, building a team, and launching parallel efforts to acquire a collection. We recommended the appointment of a program board to draft guidelines for the architectural competition. Our response also raised concerns about the museum planned location, highlighting logistical and technical difficulties. No access road for deliveries, construction above a subway tunnel. The committee also endeavored to work out the general direction of programming guidelines. We envisioned the future museum as an active center of an intellectual movement with its own research and publication program, creating an active bond with visitors, owning an international collection with a particular focus on Polish art, and striving to reinterpret Polish art in both regional and global contexts. In addition, we compiled a list of detailed items for further developments, 8 points there were, and sought an explanation of the status of work in our social committee and the material we prepared for the minister. In reply, the minister informed the Polish section of AICA that he discussed the programming guidelines with Michał Borowski, the general architect of Warsaw. They both reached an agreement with regard to the following. The minister will create and maintain the new museum institution, while the mayor of Warsaw will construct the actual building. The museum will house a collection of 20th century art and in international context and contemporary art. The museum collection will come from national museums' resources, acquisitions, as well as national and international deposits. To us, the proposed scope and manner of creating the collection were controversial. Especially, we cared that this new museum will take collections from the already existing museums. The subject was discussed at the joint conference organized by AICA and ICOM National Committee Poland on the 21st and 22nd of March 2005. The meeting, titled A New Museum of Contemporary or Modern Art, was divided in 2 parts. Day 1 was dedicated to directors and curators of various Polish museums, presenting the resources and history of the contemporary art collections in their care. At this meeting, there were 13 institutions, while Day 2 focused on theoretical papers. Materials from the conference published by the National Center for Heritage Research and Documentation hold unique historical value, serving as a collective photograph of the views held by our community on the eve of huge museum boom in Poland. The tone of papers delivered by curators marked different from that of the critics. Both groups were, in fact, mostly museologists, but I say one were curators, one were critics. The ones who were presenting the collections I call curators. For the most part, collection presentations arranged without deeper reflection, based on historical divisions by aesthetic styles, and speakers raised no doubts concerning the methodology applied. The only problem mentioned by some voices was underfinancing. On the other hand, critics largely undermined this self-satisfaction. For instance, Marcin Szelok pointed to the marginalization of contemporary art in the collection of multi-department museums. However, the most outspoken criticism came from Andrzej Turowski, claiming that museum directors who were so optimistic about their collection were, in fact, responsible for immobilizing the Polish art. He meant immobilizing to death in their collections. They neither confronted it with global art nor re-evaluated or reinterpreted it. This remark becomes clearer when we realize to what extent our thinking about permanent exhibitions at Polish museums changed in the years to come. Whether through the Atlas of Modernity at the Muzeum Sztuki in Łódź, the Gallery of 20th and 21st Century, art devised by Piotr Rybson at the National Museum in Warsaw, or, not so long ago, the new Gallery of the National Museum in Krakow. Everything changed during these 20 years. Everything changed in thinking about exhibitions. At the same conference, Aneta Szyłak gave us the clearest possible demonstration of a novel perspective on the museum institution. She argued that the design of a museum should mirror our understanding of art and the museum itself, encompassing its concepts, strategies, and models. That the museum should mirror our understanding of art. According to her, the museum was not only a tangible entity, but above all a theoretical construct. All of this was new. Throughout the conference, it's important because now for us it's obvious, I think. Throughout the conference, speakers delved into various topics related to the museologization of contemporary art, ranging from defining the time frame of contemporary art to discussing the scope of the collection. The point was when this modern art starts. It was important for the thinking about collection, including digital collections, curatorial practices, and the future museum's name in the context of the conference. As you remember, the conference was the title Modern or Contemporary Art. Notably, the term new museology only surfaced, it is a paradox, in the paper delivered by Mirosław Borusiewicz, the then director, the Polish audience knows why it is a paradox, the then director of Muzeum Sztuki in Łódź, who focused on the educational role of the museum and its visitors. The conference gathered an incredible wealth of material needed to work on the program of the new museum. Of the demands made to the Minister of Culture in the meeting summary, the most pressing one was to build the museum's own identity by purchasing contemporary art rather than to create a central museum based on other museum collections. The conference, titled A New Museum of Contemporary or Modern Art, was just one element in shaping the concept of a new museum through dialogue. On the invitation of the Minister of Culture, the subject was debated 4 times between 2004 and 2005. Those meetings were attended, among others, by professors Krzysztof Pomian, Maria Poprzęcka, Andrzej Rotermund, Andrzej Turowski. Also invited were Piotr Kłoczowski, Bogdan Paczowski, Roberto Salvadori, and representatives of the Mayor of Warsaw, the Ministry of Culture, the Chancellery of the President of Poland, directors of cultural institutions and museums, critics, members of AICA, and some artists. Next year, on the 29th of April 2005, the minister signed the statute of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, establishing the institution on the 1st of May, the first anniversary of Poland's accession to the European Union. It's worth recalling why the Museum of Modern Art, the name was chosen, the Museum of Modern Art, despite most stakeholders preferring the Museum of Contemporary Art. The crucial factor was the unwanted Polish abbreviation MSW, MSW, commonly used for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which still carried a negative connotation from the communist period. The organizer didn't want this shortening, MSW. The programming board was appointed on the 23rd of July, led by Anda Rottenberg. Additional members included Mirosław Bałka, Magdalena, I understand that I have 5 minutes? Because I want to name just few, because I also wanted to name the members of the committee. I'm looking at Dorota Jarecka here, who was a member of the first AICA committee for the conferences on modern contemporary art. You don't remember, but I have it in papers. but I have no time, so only members of this committee. Mirosław Bałka, artist, Magdalena Kardasz, curator, Piotr Krajewski, curator, Dorota Monkiewicz, curator, Piotr Piotrowski, professor, Maria Poprzęcka, professor, Maria Anna Potocka, director of Bunkier Gallery in Krakow, Adam Szymczyk, director Kunsthalle Basel, Milada Ślizińska, curator CCA Warsaw, Leon Tarasewicz, artist. Also, I do not recall Leon taking an active part in our work. 6 out of the 11 board members were recommended by the Polish section of AICA. In the following year, Monika Szewczyk, director of the Arsenal Gallery in Białystok, also joined the board. In fact, the programming board, informally named as the expert meeting, initiated its activities with an introductory meeting on July 6, 2005, 3 weeks before its formal appointment. The urgency stemmed from the upcoming parliamentary elections and the related risk of potential changes in the project's political partnerships. At this first meeting, the experts were provided with a timeline envisioning the announcement of an architectural competition in the fourth quarter of 2005, the submission of European funding application by the end of March 2007, and the museum opening in 2010, optimistic version, or between 2012 and 2013, pessimistic version. The scope of tasks ahead was also outlined, encompassing the initial formulation of the museum's vision and cultural mission, the development of a preliminary conceptual study of the museum, and the guidelines for the architectural concept competition. There was a lot of work for this committee. The program board, working voluntarily without any remuneration, collaborated with project management consultants provided by the museum. The process of creating the initial museum concept entailed panel discussions and filling the models provided by the consultant with substantive content. After 3 meetings in the summer of 2005, a final version of the document titled Preliminary Concept of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw was drafted during a 2-day session in Radziejowice on the 27th and 28th of August 2005. Professor Piotr Piotrowski, who had recently published his book, The Avant-Garde in the Shadow of Yalta, it was this time of this book, played a significant role in formulating the mission statement. It was most likely out of his inspiration that the document focused on the specifics of our region, namely that the museum mission was conceived in the context of post-communist countries undergoing transformation. The program placed great emphasis on the museum's research and educational activities, introducing the notion that the museum was a place for daily meetings, leisure, and recreation, an absolute novelty at the time. This was meant to deflate institutions that had still been inaccessible, haughty, and somber at the time. In item 3.8 of the program, under features that distinguish the museum from other museums, there was a declaration that it would be a museum of users and processes rather than visitors and objects. The museum scope enumerated visual arts rather than artworks associated with other cultural disciplines, with a particular emphasis on works created especially for the museum. The Contemporary Museum of Art took on the role of a producer and participant in the art process. We owe these formulations to Adam Szymczyk, who was influenced by Jerzy Ludwiński's selected writings collected in the 2003 Age of Blue volume. Our document, couched in technocratic language imposed by the consultants, hid many pro-social elements, addressing issues like the excluded, multiculturalism, and European values. The program vision also included cultural industries. We agreed to this neoliberal concept in the hope that a museum able to finance some of its operations would be more secure in the event of unpredictable cultural policies that could be persuaded by the Polish authorities. However, we later learned that the projects co-financed from European funds cannot contain income or commercial components, a fact that underscores our relative inexperience in applying for EU grants at that time. It was 1 year after joining EU, so we had no experience with that. The preliminary concept also envisioned networking between the museum and the other cultural, educational, and local government institutions and NGOs in Warsaw, Poland, and abroad. Presentations of the museum were made under the slogan of "We are working together to create the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw." It was the first museum of modern art in Poland after the Second World War, and before the war there was also none such institution, only a collection. This wasn't an empty declaration. Board members hailed from various art scenes, not just in Warsaw, but also Wrocław, Kraków, Białystok, or Poznań. Information meetings with board members and other director aimed at promoting the idea of building the museum were held in cultural institutions nationwide. Separate meetings occurred with the vice chancellors of art colleges in March 2006 in Dłużewo and the directors of museums in Radziejowice in May 2006. In 2006, after the initial program concept was developed, board members actively participated in endeavors such as organizing a competition for curators to design exhibitions for the new museum or for a graphics. Okay, this I will skip because it's late. Maybe one more thing. Dr. Paweł Kuczyński, a sociologist, Dr. Paweł Kuczyński collected 50 written statements and 40 interviews from artists, critics, and employees of galleries and museums, providing insights in the mission, values, function, collection, name, and risk described in the preliminary concept. The point is that there was written a preliminary concept by us, and then it was offered to 50 people of our society. I mean, it was distributed among curators, critics, directors, and they were asked to react to this preliminary concept. In my paper, I strove to demonstrate that the process of programming the first Museum of Modern Art in Poland was exceptionally inclusive and transparent. From the initial concept to the competition, for the museum building and the establishment of the museum institution, this represented an unprecedented initiative in Poland. Moreover, it involved a collaborative, creative, analytic process for members of the program board and much of its professional environment. Looking back, I believe that 2005 marked a genuine turning point in Polish museology. Not only the preliminary concept of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw was discussed and accomplished, but the same year also saw the publication of an anthology of museological texts edited by Maria Popczyk, and Andrzej Szczerski initiated the first modern postgraduate curatorial studies at the Jagiellonia University. All happened in 2005. The process of creating the museum, which I have endeavored to outline here, concluded in a disaster. The program's board efforts were annulled and the museum opening was delayed by a decade, but that is a story for a different paper altogether. Nevertheless, the output of our board laid the foundations for establishing new museums in Krakow and Wrocław. What is more, Professor Piotr Piotrowski carried this experience with him as he ventured into becoming the director of the National Museum in Warsaw, a journey he later detailed in an essay about a critical museum. Thank you. I only want to add that it's only part of a paper I am now preparing, being based on the documents which are at my archives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. I think it is kind of archaeology of our current situation in Poland, and also a good introduction to the discussion that actually took place yesterday about the situation of museum. So now I would like to invite Eliza Ruska, She's art historian, writer, and a curator. She's currently director of exhibitions and collections at the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Museum in Geneva. She studied at Goldsmith, and she's also an editor for the Italian pages of Kunst Bulletin, where she also contributes. Her paper is titled Non-Art Institutions as Instruments of Value Creation Through Art, Examples from the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Museums in Geneva.
Hello everyone, dzień dobry. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Arkadiusz and Małgorzata, for organizing such a wonderful Congress. I hope that is the third day, you're not so tired yet, and we could still have some time for discussing. So yeah, as my title said, I'm going to talk about the institution where I'm acting as director of exhibition, which is this one here. That's the entrance. It's in Geneva. It's not in the traditional associated with art neighborhood. It's up on the what we call the International Geneva Hill. It's just facing the UN, and it's just below the ICRC headquarters. So it's a very particular place where the museum has been placed. And its entrance, actually, it's, as you can see there, but then the museum developed in the hill, so it's all underground, which is also a peculiarity, I think. Maybe before we start, and pardon me for being maybe extra pedagogical here, but since we are dealing with a lot of these acronyms, I think it's important to have a bit of clarity in there. So the Museum of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent has this MICR acronym, which is not the ICRC, so the International Red Cross Committee, which is not the National Red Cross, which is not the IFRC, which is also another entity in the Hill, which is the Federation of the Red Cross. So as you might know, the International Red Cross Committee, it's an entity that was founded in 1863. Besides, every 191 countries have their own National Red Cross Society, which is not the same thing. And then there is also this entity, the International Federation of Red Crosses, which is like AICA, but for Red Crosses Society, meaning that any Red Cross national society can apply to be a member of it, and it was founded in 1919, so 50 years after the actual foundation of the committee. And the mission of the IFRC are quite different from the ICRC. The ICRC and the Red Cross are active mostly in times of crisis, while the IFRC are managing what we call the mission during peace. So everything and anything that assists human dignity in times of peace. So it's what the entity that organizes collection of blood, that can organize daily care for children, or soups and food for homeless people. So all these activities are all under the supervision of the IFRC, and which also include in recent time a particular attention on climate changes and effect of it on populations. So just to be clear, and then and this is important for the museum actually, because ICRC is our direct neighbor, and it's such a long history institution because it was founded in 1863 as a direct coincidence with the fact that Henri Dunant, the founder, had been experienced the effect of a war by being in the North Italy during the foundation of Italy in 1859, and he saw bodies, more than 6,000 dead bodies, and more than 40,000 wounded bodies left on the ground of this battle, Solferino, which is in Lombardy. And as a consequence of that, he was so traumatized that when he came back to Geneva, he wrote the book Memories from Solferino, which will act as a shock in the population and encourage the foundation of what was it called, the Comité International de Secours aux Blessés, so the International Commission for Help to Wounded Soldiers, which then became the ICRC. And that leads to the constitution of the First Geneva Convention. You all know that we have now 4 Geneva Conventions, the last dated from 1949. And the First Geneva Convention, of course, was the first chart for prevention of the human dignity. And we can discuss about that failure later. Why this? Because the museum at the beginning was thought as a museum for the international movement of the Red Cross, which combines all these entities, so the ICRC, the FIRC, and the national societies. And this movement, of course, it's founded on the promotion of human dignity. And yeah, as a side note, all the other NGOs that exist today, such as Médecins Sans Frontières, all refers to the ICRC. And if we have a voice, if the human rights have a voice in the UN sessions, it's because ICRC can sit on the UN, in UN meetings and have an annual report for that, and that's the only NGOs able to do that. So the museum has been founded in 1988 and opened in 1989, and it was quite a peculiar ceremony, the foundation, because it was the first moment where Nancy Reagan and actually Raisa Gorbacheva met in Geneva, and they put down the first stone of the museum. Of course, that tells a lot also about the conditions, historical conditions, where the ideology of this museum was based on. It's a museum on 3 levels, as I said to you. We have 500 square meters permanent exhibition space and 5,000 square meters of permanent exhibition, 500 for the temporary exhibitions. And a collection that's about more than 20,000 objects, which is mostly collecting posters from the IFRC, but also prisoners' objects, which are a large part of our collection. We have a large photography and audiovisual collection with photographs and videos and sound and documents, and also textile and various medical objects and metals. So it's very eclectic as a collection of things. Part of the collection is on view. Part it is online, not yet everything. A lot of it is still being studied. So the main, and then yes, the team of 21 people, 3 of them are full-time, most of us are not full-time, which also define how the work is done and how it is organized. And since its foundation, the museum has been really mostly centered on the ICRC activities. It had changed the permanent collections once in 2013. But it has been always focused on showing the activity of the ICRC, especially in celebrating the figure of Henri Dunant and the role of the association, the organization around the world and during conflicts. So in 2019, there has been a change of direction, the first since the foundation, and I joined the team in 2021, so quite recently, and together with the new director, who is coming from another generation, and like me, is an art historian and a philosopher, not at all humanitarian, because the previous director was also really deeply connected with the humanitarian history. So we decided to make a change. And because we had the feeling that the museum was also perceived by by people in Geneva and by most of the people around us as a dead place, as the museum for the ambulances and the museum for tragedy. And of course, there is part of that, but I think most important, we are a museum that can contribute to a much more broader exchange in terms of reflecting on what makes us a community, what makes us willing to work together and act together and reflect together. And that's why we changed the angle, and we started to ask the question: how does this humanitarian action concern us here and now, and how can we understand this humanitarian action? How do we show it? How do we think about it? What does it really mean, this humanitarian? And so, of course, we realized that we cannot do it all by ourselves. We need the help of artists as well. And that is how we started activities that weren't there before 2021, which are carte blanche to contemporary artists, yearly toolkit around social topics. I will tell you more about it. We started activities such as community Sundays and temporary exhibitions twice a year. Before, they only had one exhibition a year, and most of the time was a blockbuster exhibition brought in from other museums or a rearrangement of our collection. And then also we started a review of our permanent exhibition with a deeply new look at our collection and our heritage. And so I'm going to give you some examples for the carte blanche. So one, I don't know if it's possible to turn down a bit the light to see better, but it's fine. So this is the first carte blanche that we gave to Genevan artist Nicolas Silence, who is a performer and an activist and also a video maker. And it was during our year dedicated to mental health, because we thought after COVID we should discuss and start to see how the question of mental health relates to our situation. And we invited Nicolas Silence to work, oh, thank you so much, to reflect on that. So we commissioned him a piece. He could work for 6 months, and then he had the piece exhibited in a temporary exhibition for 4 months, and at the end we also acquired the resulting piece. So what did he do? He decided to work with our team. He asked for a team of volunteers from the museum's team. The director, the executive director, and myself, we decided to stay out from that team for various reasons, but he really wanted to work with various members of our home. So from the janitors to the people working on the welcome office to people working in the office as our communication manager and one person, one archivist. And with them, they met every week on a Tuesday morning for 2 months during working hours, so people were paid, and but were paid for doing dance therapy. So they would meet with the artists and then explore our spaces. The museum opened at 11, so they were having the time when the museum was closed to explore different area of our spaces, and then dance and then feel together with them what was it mean to move their body in that conditions. And Silence also worked with 2 dance therapists together that after that would debrief with all the participants, and the result is a 3-channel video that was shown, which is a collection of interviews, moments of dance, and moments of also discussion of all the topics that then came out from these encounters, because of course people would yeah, 5 minutes. Oh my God. People would find themselves in moments where the positions of power, relations with colleagues would came out, but also relation to the space, relation to the city, relation to the idea of the museum in general. So the result was really, really interesting, and we have some part of this online, so I encourage you to also explore that on our website. Oh my God, the 5 minutes really stressed me out. So the yearly toolkits are also something that we are really proud of, because we have now these first two toolkits, and we are planning the third one every year in connection to our thematic years. We explore and work with specialists in order to condense all this in 10 ideas or 10 points that can help and then can be also made use of for others institutions. All the toolkits are available on our website, are downloadable on PDF, and these are the first two. So the 10 ideas for a feminist and inclusive museum that we did with Rebecca Anselm, who is a French economist and feminist, and then 10 ideas for a caring museum related to our a mental health museum that we did with a museologist and a psychiatrist. And yes, the community Sundays, as you can imagine, are moments where we open the museum. The museum is free, and then we have this concept of the suspended tickets, which I don't know if you're aware of, the suspended coffee in Italy. You can go on a bar and then buy an extra coffee that someone else who cannot afford will then consume. And we do that during these special days. Who comes to the museum can buy a suspended tickets for those who cannot afford 10 francs for entering the space. And then, yes, temporary exhibitions with bigger name, such as Petri Talilai, but maybe dedicated to works and projects that are more open and also more, maybe less arty in their aesthetics. Alilai is known for his epurate and also quite hermetic installations and spatial sculptures. At the museum, we work with him in working on a project that he actually drawn through his own experience as a refugee in a camp in 1999 when he was in Kosovo. And what was really maybe the added value, and I'm reaching the conclusion, sorry, but Dorota talked so long, so an exhibition like that, of course, can take place as well in art institution, and of course it can find its reasons to be anywhere. But maybe the added value was that by being in the ICRC museum, we could include documentation and archive material from our collections connected to the specific moments where Alilai was in the refugee camp in Kukes in Albania. And that's him with the original drawings that you can see holding up with the psychologists that follow him during this experience, that then were transformed in the giant installation that you can see in the museum space. So, yeah, so review of our permanent exhibition, we can maybe leave it for the discussion. But yes, I really wanted to conclude with this quote, which is connected to a current project that we are going to show next year about voices. So we are exploring our audiovisual collections and especially the sound collection. And this, of course, raises a lot of issues on how we not only approach this material, but also how we show sound. And one of the motivation behind this exhibition was this quote by Solal Rabinovic, which I'm going to read. And it's my English translation from the French, so I'm sorry for that. Because it does not survive, the voice is irretrievably lost, revealing that loss derives from the signifier. The voice is therefore both the enunciation, in which the subject loses himself, and the object it lacks. It is the speech of the subject, but also the desire of the other. It is drive and otherness. It is mute presence, existence. The voice is a thought. The voices feel it. And maybe especially now when so many voices are silenced in the cultural world, expressing their solidarity to the Palestinian people, this is particularly relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elisa, for introducing this such an interesting institution. Now I would like to invite Stein Bergs, who is a lecturer in modern contemporary art at Utrecht University, right? And also an art critic and art historian, where he operates at his research operates at the intersection of contemporary art, aesthetics, critical theory, political economy, and media theory. He will present the paper Infrastructure and as Metaphor in and Beyond Institutional Critique.
Yeah, that's all true. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the organizers for their efforts. Really impressive, and indeed, thank you all for being here. I hope you're still sort of holding up. It was completely synchronous to my clicking this. But it's not connected. Okay. Thank you. So metaphor. Lost in soliloquy, teetering on and over the edge, separating sense from nonsense and brilliance from bullshit, a character in Roberto Bolaño's novel, 2666, proclaims, quite out of the blue I should add, metaphors are a way of losing ourselves in semblances or threading water in a sea of seeming. For the sake of expediency, this is all I will say about metaphor today, but let's keep this in the back of our minds as I proceed with my presentation. I just want to start by first saying a little bit more about the wider sort of framing of my talk for you today, which is part of a larger research project I am embarking on entitled Anesthetics of Infrastructure. So in this project, I examine contemporary artistic practices that show how infrastructures operate or do not, how these operations are tied to social and political contexts, how they affect the everyday lives of various individuals and groups, and finally how these individuals and groups negotiate and respond to the infrastructural ensembles and arrangements that partly condition their everyday lives. In differing ways, all of these practices trouble the prevalent claim that infrastructure is unavailable to sense perception, that it is, in other words, invisible. While infrastructure is routinely claimed in academic literature from, various disciplines to subside below the threshold of conscious apperception, the work of the artists that I engage with complicates and qualifies these claims of invisibility. The emphasis is therefore on how contemporary artists formalize and deal with the complex, liminal, and often highly ambivalent aesthetic character of infrastructures and their workings, with the aesthetic being defined and employed here in its broad and arguably in its original sense, where, to quote Terry Eagleton, it refers not in the first place to art, but, as the Greek word aesthesis would suggest, to the whole region of human perception and sensation, in contrast to the more rarefied domain of conceptual thought. If the aesthetic refers to what is available and at hand for sensate perception, and if the anesthetic figures as that which falls short of being perceived or felt, then the slash in the project's title, so Anesthetics of Infrastructure and / Aesthetics of Infrastructure, operates as a means of figuring in writing the double-edged character of the mediations and representations of infrastructure in the practices that the research deals with. My title of today also has a slash, so apparently I really like it. In other words, it's a way of conveying that infrastructures, at least in the way they are pictured by contemporary practitioners that the project deals with, are always flirting with the edge of sensuous perception, straddling the boundaries of visibility and invisibility, feeling and unfeeling, and moving in and out of focus. Moreover, it's one of the aims of my research project to demonstrate that the question of infrastructure's visibility or invisibility, and so the question of its anesthetics, cannot be disentangled or seen as separate from larger societal and political issues, and that it is in fact revealing of the uneven allocation of resources and of differential political priorities. The issue of infrastructure and its putative invisibility, in other words, is always ultimately one of social justice. A conscious decision has therefore been made to focus predominantly, but I should say not exclusively, on practices that, due to their geographical situatedness and sort of the specific post-colonial context and histories that they both address and are entangled with, allow the presumed invisibility of infrastructure to be critically probed. So far, this project has resulted in 2 texts. One on Nelson Makengo's film Nuit debout, so Up at Night is the English translation of the title, which documents power outages in the city of Kinshasa, and the everyday and informal practices that people develop to sort of cope with these instances of infrastructural fallout. Another text is on Jumana Mana's sculptural installation, 30 Plumbers in the Belly, which you also see here, which conveys a sense of the infrastructural ruination visited upon Palestine at the hands of Israeli settler colonialism. And I should mention also, after our talk yesterday, that another work I will be dealing with is actually by the Caribbean Film Collective. So all of this is sort of to say that it is with some reluctance that I broach the question of how art institutions have been apprehended and misapprehended as infrastructure in the context of this project. I refer here to Frederick Jameson's useful characterization in an essay on cultural revolution and balances of the dialectic of ideological state apparatuses, and I include art institutions in those, as, and I quote Jameson here, something like an infrastructure of superstructures as such. An attempt to complicate while also partially salvaging Marxist theories concerning the relation of the economic base to the socio-cultural superstructure and vice versa, Jameson's efforts to situate with some degree of precision the position of cultural institutions in this sort of arguably dualistic divide of economy and culture are reminiscent of Marina Wishmidt's influential proposition of a shift toward infrastructural critique, which is something I'll say about a bit more now. So at minimum, Wishmidt writes, the shift from institutional critique to infrastructural critique, as I'm defining it here, is the move from the institution as a site for false totalizations, and she mentions specifically the notions of rejection or complicity, to an engagement with the thoroughly intertwined objective, historical, socioeconomic, and subjective, including affect and artistic subjectivization, conditions necessary for the institution and its critique to exist, reproduce themselves and posit themselves as an imminent horizon as well as transcendental condition. Among the merits of Wishmidt's proposition is that the focus on the infrastructural qualities of art institutions as a sort of hermeneutic shift, right, implies and indeed enforces critical attention towards the specific ways in which economic determinations and cultural production interlock, coordinate, and clash in these sites. Now, it is, of course, true that this was always already an important aspect of historical institutional critique, as, for instance, in this very well-known intervention where Michael Asher removed the back wall of Claire Copley Gallery in Los Angeles in '74 to reveal the administrative labor that formed the backbone of the gallery's activities, as well as the works sort of usually kept out of sight, which you see in storage there. Taking issue with received notions of artistic work as a residual form of non-alienated labor in late capitalist society, institutional critique challenged the supposed autonomy of art by contesting the putative neutrality of its framing devices, such as, most iconically, the white cube, as well as by laying bare the diverse ways in which all kinds of supposedly heteronomous conditions condition the formal appearances of the work of art. Well, this is a historical project of which the importance can hardly be overstated, and something that has in fact been very influential to my own thinking. I want also to point out how readings like the one I've actually just offered you of Asher's work can also how they can also give way to what Vishmit calls false totalizations, in that metaphorical abstraction can make a gallery's sort of back wall seem to stand for infrastructurality or political economy even as such. And this is further complicated by what is often called second generation institutional critique, which is perhaps best exemplified by this famous essay by Andrea Fraser, which I'm sure everybody knows, but which I think is still worth quoting. So Fraser says, every time we speak of the institution as other than us, we disavow our role in the creation and perpetuation of its conditions. We avoid responsibility for or action against the everyday complicities, compromises, and censorship, above all self-censorship, I think this is still very true, which are driven by our own interests in the field and the benefits we derive from it. It's not a question of inside or outside, or the number and scale of various organized sites for the production, presentation, and distribution of art. It's not a question of being against the institution, we are the institution. So, to be clear, my gripe here will not be with Fraser's emphasis on the amount of subjective investment that accompanies even a critical engagement with art institutional context, but more with the way in which sort of these ideas have since been received and indeed popularized. Because it's not hard to see how Fraser's line of reasoning can give way to what Vishmit describes in her text that we've just seen as this false dilemma between the all too abstract and overly neat totalizations of either rejection or complicity. And of course, since the rejection of the art institution, sort of this totalizing rejection of the art institution, is almost by definition not an option for those who aspire to work within it, the more common response to the legacy of institutional critique cannot but be described as a generalized assumption of the sort of overwhelming big dealness of complicity. An assumption that can be both self-indulgent and, I would add, politically immobilizing at the same time. So what Stefano Harney and Fred Moten have written in relation to universities is also true for art institutions. Supposedly critical participants, highly alert to and cognizant of their own complicity, which they endlessly sort of analyze and work on in ever more sophisticated and indeed institutionally valorized ways, those are the people who are in fact the ones who are truly professionalized. And when I say professionalized, to be clear, that's a dirty word. Instead, Harney and Moten propose grasping shared complicity as a ground for the generalized antagonism of what they call the undercommons. So what is interesting, I think, about Harney's and Moten's thinking is that it offers one way of sidestepping what, as James Meyer has pointed out in relation to institutional critique, remains essentially sort of a Kantian model of reflexive judgment and critique, with all, the sort of benefits and limitations that comes with that. Of course, someone like Fraser was always acutely aware of the thin line between critical reflexivity and narcissism, a line that she frantically transgresses in her own performances, in which she sort of hyper-identifies with personae, hyper-identifying, that's good, with their own roles and forms of involvement in institutional life. But at this point, I think the problem may be that what is satirized in Fraser's performances is scarcely more absurd than some of the very sort of serious and meta talk that is out there about what it means to be complicit with the art institution, and that people in fact make their careers of. Such talk serves only to defer an incisive material and materialist critical engagement with the infrastructure of superstructures that is the art institution. I'm being deliberately crude here, of course, and it's going to get worse because now I'm going to really sketch broad strokes of what my argument will be. As I see it, there are two corollary and interrelated tendencies in present-day critical engagements with art institutions that I just want to briefly mention here. First, it's increasingly common to see that demands to, for instance, queer or decolonize, or just to sort of diversify, which is the liberal equivalent, so that demands to queer, decolonize, or indeed just diversify the institution are both articulated and accommodated on the level of the representational alone, with quite little attention paid to what such demands might mean for the art institution as an infrastructure. Second, the critique of art institutions increasingly concerns site for artistic circulation, display, and receptions alone. So basically studios, artist-run spaces, indeed squads, whatever other infrastructures you might have, other sites of the actual production of art are increasingly disregarded, I would say, in favor of the gallery or museum space, which becomes sort of symbolic of and synonymous with the art institution as such. This has consequences for artistic production itself. So first, I think actual infrastructural critique of art institutions becomes increasingly extraneous, but still sort of laterally connected to artistic practice, as for instance in the activism of the Gulf Labor Coalition, which I'm sure some of you will know, researches and exposes the working conditions of the people building the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. This work is and was done by artists who generally not considered this sort of activism as part of their practice, which is sort of in stark contrast with historical institutional critique, right, where the critique was embedded in the work itself. At the same time, some recent and I think generally overlooked works by artists commonly associated with historical institutional critique comes to reflect on the fetishization of the exhibition space, as in these brilliant photographs by Louise Lawler that I really want to talk about more at some point in the hopefully not too distant future. I'll have to skip that now, but in this version of the talk I had indicated I would say just a bit more about a practice-based research project called Permanent, the aim of which is, and I quote the project description here, to develop a mixed-use infrastructure for embedded and permanently affordable cultural, educational and social space in Brussels. So the project examines the potential of the community land trust model, which is this kind of model where the land that buildings are situated on is collectively owned. The buildings on them can be privately owned but not sold at profits, thus sort of making speculation impossible. And the aim of Permanent is to provide such infrastructure, and I quote again, without contributing to a process of gentrification and profit-driven urban development. So while this project is in fact still ongoing, and while I have to say that I'm in fact quite skeptical of its potential to deliver on some of its promises, I just want to point out here the significance of these kinds of practices for what we might call an infrastructural critique of art institutions. This is because, first, there is an insistence on the spaces and facilities necessary for the production of contemporary art, and indeed for a sort of sustainable wider artistic ecology. This is an infrastructure that accommodates not only sort of showing the top 1% of practitioners whose work happens to be sort of suitable and successful in gallery or museum contexts, but also those practices and activities that Gregory Gillette has described as the dark matter of the art world. So applying the metaphor of this sort of unknown but ubiquitous mass to cultural production, Gillette claims that, and I will quote him here, like its astronomical cousin, creative dark matter also makes up the bulk of the artistic activity produced in our post-industrial society. However, this type of dark matter is invisible primarily to those who lay claim to the management and interpretation of culture: critics, art historians, collectors, dealers, museums, curators, and arts administrators. It includes makeshift, amateur, informal, unofficial, autonomous, activist, non-institutional, self-organized practices, all work made and circulated in the shadows of the formal art world, some of which might be said to emulate cultural dark matter by rejecting art world demands of visibility, and much of which has no choice but to be invisible. And please note that sort of in both subtending and sustaining the art world at large, And in sort of supposedly having no choice but to be invisible, right, this kind of idea of creative dark matter parallels infrastructure as such. The second reason, and I'm going to wrap up after that, why projects like Permanent are relevant is that there is an explicit acknowledgement of and engagement with the larger sort of political and economic context that it is embedded in, as we see in this sort of stated aim, right, to combat gentrification and speculation, without, however, falling into the false dilemma of rejection or complicity. Instead, the conditioning of critique by complicity is taken as the condition of possibility for critique itself. So it is that in addition to providing a corrective to sort of this overemphasis on institutions for presentation and display in much institutional critique, the case of Permanent demonstrates the pragmatic dialectic of institutional making and breaking that necessarily accompanies the contestation of existing infrastructures, as well as the building of new ones. And I will leave it at that for today. Thank you.
So as we do not have too much time left, I would like maybe to open the discussion. So if you have any questions, it would be great. We would gladly to answer them.
To thank all of you. This was one of the most, I would say, complete panels, and all the speeches were really in dialogue with each other. So thank you. And I would maybe ask Stein if, because Karabing was not mentioned at the end, so maybe if you could say a few words about what you were going to mention and why Karabing's practice fits within that framework. Very nice talk, by the way.
This is on. Yeah, sure. There's one work from 2020 that I will be writing on. It's a series of sort of 5 vignettes. The series as a whole is called A Day in the Life, so it deals with everyday life of the Karabing collectives and their community. And I'll be writing specifically about the first sort of clip in the cycle, which is called Breakfast, and it's very literally about cooking breakfast and how hard it is when you have no gas or electricity, which is of course something that's connected to the question of infrastructure, and it's an example. It's not going to be sort of a monographic chapter in the project like the other examples that I've shown. They all will have sort of an entire chapter dedicated to them. I don't think that will be the case for this work. It's more going to be employed as an example towards the introduction of how infrastructures are pictured by practitioners, and also to make this point that I mentioned of, obviously infrastructural provisions are indicative of who is, who in the body politic is prioritized and who is not, right? So it will be kind of, that will be the argument, essentially. Yeah. The work is interesting. It's kind of like a weird hip-hop video clip somehow. It's nice.
I would like to share one thought when I was listening to your presentation. because it reminded me that in this 2005 in March, when we had this conference, Museum of Modern or Contemporary Art, Aneta Schuwak was showing a video of Andrea Fraser in Bilbao, recorded. So, you know, there passed 20 years, but still Andrea Fraser is important.
For sure.
This was just a side thought.
I also just wanted to reflect what just has been said. I think that was really a great panel and really great contributions, and it's really fun to be sitting here and just learning along the way. So I just wanted to thank every single one of you. Stein, I thought that was really great to have some theory come in here and a slightly updated version of institutional critique. A question to you would be, you know, I'm kind of interested how you're seeing and positioning performance and performative acts within, you know, infrastructures that you were saying, which usually do not really demand as much of an infrastructure as other media. And then Dorota Mankiewicz, just a big thank you. That was so fascinating to kind of hear about the groundwork being done also for other museums and future iterations of museums. And then Elisa, as I said earlier, this is super fascinating, that museum. I had no idea about it, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how you're reaching out to artists. You know, are they local? Some of them probably are. You know, do you have plans to reach out to other artists? And also the community Sundays, like what is the viewership that you imagine for the museum? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And so how we work with the artists, it's very simple. We try to have a balance between artists that are in Geneva, artists that are Swiss, based in Switzerland, not necessarily Swiss, and international names to try to diversify not only the audience, but also the projects and also our budget on one hand. And then the other hand, when we give carte blanche, really the artists are free to invite whoever they want and to deal with what is given to them in the way they want. Of course, it's always a conversation, but in the case of Nicolas Silence, he from the start said, okay, I want to use this opportunity to invite these students, therapists, and then work with your people, and that was it. And nobody bat an eye. So that's how we do the projects. And for Halilai, it was the same. He was the one who decided to. He had already the work, the installation, very volcanic, over this green feather that you just seen, was presented in Tates and Ives in 2021. But when we invited to the museum, he decided to take it and then revisit it and then adjust it in combination with what he could find in our collection. So he also had a lot of freedom in doing that. And for the community Sundays, it's really like the most important for us is to be perceived and seen as a space as a platform for exchange and for community, because we were not for a long time. And that's also something that was a bit frustrating for me at the beginning, because, you know, you arrive in a museum which is basically celebrating the figure of, you know, the founder of the ICRC, Henri, and everybody's talking about this Solferino moment, but nobody's really says that he was in Lombardy because he was going down to the south of Italy to reach North Africa to be engaged in slave trades. So it's not really a nice advertising of the movement, putting the attention to that, of course, but at the same time, I think, and I believe that my team believes that these things need to be said and addressed if we want to be able to have an open conversation and an honest conversation, and also deal with institutional critiques from within. So I think, and all the activities, that we do during the community Sundays are also open to local communities and associations. For example, we have been working with EPICEN, who is a trans activist association in Geneva, who is present during the Sundays, and they organize activity for children, or also do guided tours of our collections through their perspective, also criticizing it, and we are open to that. So, yeah. Just to mention a few. I don't know. I'm really stressed of time now. I'm very conscious of. Oh, I could talk for hours. Yeah, but I think the most important thing is really to, as a cultural producer, as a curator, as a writer, you need to be aware of your responsibility and take the place that you have seriously, because your place is important to create this space, safe space for everyone, and also a safe space for discussion.
So are there any...
Yes, I have just a brief remark, since today on Instagram's account were accusations on so-called white museums as institutions as being decorative at all. So would some of you like to make a comment on that? How, I know it's a hard accusation and it's not coming from me, but I think it could be an interesting remark just to coin this phrase of being decorative or decoration museums as such, if you understand what is being meant there.
Anyone wants to take on that? I'll go.
I don't understand at all this accusation, and especially in our work in this last decade, that was not at all about decoration, it was about education, about knowledge. So it's impossible to relate to this. What does it mean, decorative?
No, but I think, it's a difficult question because, it's very open, I think. But I guess what's important to remember is, especially talking from an institution's perspective, is that, museums are colonials, museums are places for power, and museums are white. That's the history of the museums. It has been created in a certain time for certain reasons, and then we are now dealing with that. We cannot go on saying that we are not looking at that. So either we try ways to reinvent these museums, coming to the fact maybe that it means to destroy it. Either we find ways to deal with that legacy and open it up.
My problem is how far we can open the museum that they can still remain the museums, because I cannot say we. I have problem with being too much we, but I think that we observe processes to undermine the situation of the museum, to give them new life and new opportunities and new fields of activity. So rather, this is why for me it's an artificial problem. When I don't know more about this decorative thing, I cannot respond, because we have other problems. Exactly how far we can move to open the museums and still keep them as museums.
If I may add something, I think, if I remember well, that this quote actually comes from Elizabeth Povinelli's talk yesterday, from her presentation. And it's important to give a context. She was also speaking of hacking the available infrastructures and kind of appropriating them to do the things that are valuable for the constituencies, to kind of key on the infrastructure. And I think all of your practices that you presented, theoretical and museological, really circle around this concept as well. So I think let's be good hackers.
Yes, hello. I just want to record that when museums were opened, it was mainly to open big collections which had been private, which had belonged to the monarchists, and it became open to the public. First, mainly to searchers, and it opened more and more. And I think we are in this process and coming to a way where we forget where it comes from, because we are so accustomed that the museum is part of our culture, and it is the receptacle of many, many cultures. You can't say it's decorative, because you have all the cultures in the museums, and what would we know about cultures, included our, on many centuries, if we had not the museums. So it is perhaps just a way of re-looking at it, and of course of adapting the dialogue and open it to our actual society. But it is it has never been decorative, and it will never be.
I stick to the idea that the museum, the idea which is quite well known, that the museum represents the community which heritage the museum documents. So if our communities become multinational, let's say, then the museum is the very core place for democracy, how these communities negotiate inside and how they are represented in the museum. So I would even not think about monarchies. I would think about the democratic process, that the museum is a part of this. Thank you.
So I got the sign that we have to finish, so there is one question and maybe the other one at the end, and then...
Yeah, my question goes to Steinbergs. I understand that infrastructure is a very interesting and polemic development in sense of a material term. How would you relate the term to other ideas we know very much, like dispositive, where the material side is connected to discourse? I'm a little bit afraid this connection between mental aspects and practical aspects gets lost in the use of infrastructure. How do you relate to this tradition of episteme and dispositive?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's a good question because it's very relevant to historical institutional critique, which precisely wanted to show the apparatus of the white cube, for instance, or this dispositif, as something that's not merely material, but indeed also ideological. As I said, this has been very influential for my thinking, and it remains important, and I hope I can sort of retain some of that in how I write about infrastructures, by emphasizing, as I have done in this talk, that it's not this kind of neutral, technocratic thing. It's political, deeply political. So in that sense, I hope to retain that kind of sort of thinking. But the reason I emphasize or I use infrastructure as a term and not the apparatus or the dispositif in this context, and the reason why I think it's useful to do that also in relation to historical institutional critique, is precisely because gradually I think there has been a shift of emphasis more on the ideological sort of representational side of it, to the extent where this has become quite detached from a material and materialist sort of engagement with apparatuses, which, as you said correctly, are both, and that's precisely what's important. So in a way, I guess I'm trying to provide a corrective to that shift. But thank you, good question.
So the last question.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but thank you all for your really stimulating talks. This is also, it doesn't necessarily have to be directed directly towards Stein, but the others are welcome to chime in. But to embellish or elaborate on this metaphor you've constructed of like art world infrastructures, infrastructures aren't necessarily static things, but they transport us. If we think about tunnels or bridges or, ports and airports, these are, monumental things that are constructed to get us from point A to point B, or, that's an oversimplification. So when we talk about art world institutions, you kind of touched on this a bit. It's not, there's a lot of headspace and air consumed by museums and galleries. But if we think about the careers of artists and cultural practitioners, there's a lot of institutions, that are the under scaffolding, so to speak. So cultural councils, you mentioned artist-run spaces, as well as, cultural nonprofits. So it seems like a lot of the focus of your research is very theoretical, and I appreciated your citations of Cholet and Jameson, but could you speak maybe a little bit about any practical case studies you've looked at what are the underfunded, underutilized, what are the nuts and bolts that need enhancements and tightening in this infrastructure that are kind of like the first rungs that artists have to need that initial support for burgeoning practices?
Thank you. Excellent question. I think so. It's true. There is this overemphasis on spaces for the presentation of art. I think. Look at this conference, right? We've mostly been talking about that. Whereas, if you work as a curator, for instance, you know the importance of studio visits or whatever. But when we talk about critiquing the infrastructures of art, it's hard to include that somehow. So this is indeed what I'm trying to, part of what I'm trying to do. I didn't have many very concrete examples, but some of this comes out of my own sort of double life of being on the one hand an academic and on the other involved in sort of self-organized artist spaces in Brussels. Usually like they're hybrid between studios or working spaces and also places where artistic activities happen, or tested out. So I think that's important, right? Working space in urban context, but also just, it includes literally anything from, amplifiers to kitchen discussions to whatever, and this is contributing to this point that you said that infrastructures are, of course, not this kind of static, monolithic, practical, inert, as Sartre would say, object. It's quite provisional, a lot of it, actually. But thank you.
Thank you, Elisa, Dorot, and Stein for your contributions. The discussion may continue at the break, which is now starting, I guess.
Yes. Thank you, Jarosław. And we see each other at 12:05.
Pomysł,
Była dobra, ale...
Warto, że na kultury.
Tak, spotkanie włączyłam i ono było bardzo ciasne. Albo...
At the moment, what you do, you get money. Because of course, unpaid jobs a lot, but like, what are they? I just write this down, if I may. And it's anonymous, just like you just come.
Ale short, so my environment is okay.
Okay. But yeah, that's something you get money. Okay, retirement.
Second, I work as an expert.
Because we just doing these jobs, whatever, auction.
And of course I like. And I write.
Right and here. Okay, before then it was much more. Okay, thank you. And then you can check on the Facebook and Instagram of AICA International. We are presenting it at the invitation.
Słuchaj, jesteśmy w terminie.
Zobaczyłam to. Dlaczego ja muszę zrobić zdjęcie?
Ale to ja jeszcze nie wiem, co to... Aha, jeszcze nie miała prezentacji. Wera Wleczewska dała... zaczyna...
Nie, znaczy, że jak ma ustawione w tym...
Moja prezentacja...
To zależy jak pan ma ustawione, bo tam jest chyba po animacji format. Tak, po kliknięciu jest, dobrze, dobrze jest. Bo to jest... Tak. Jest dobrze.
Będziemy jeszcze gadać. To ja.
Wszystko się łączy, co trzeba.
Cześć! Gratuluję, że wszedłeś tą formalną tą. Na tym mogliście wyłożyć. Żarci.
We get those sometimes. No, they get like 8 times the wholesale rate. Can't make me any money. Our entire family came here. We never had to deal with it. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Mamy 3 miejsca. Ile mamy osób w końcu? Tak, ale jedna osoba odwołała.
Ile trwa nagranie? Ile trwa nagranie?
Tak, już?
To jest nagranie.
Okay, we're starting the panel on bottom-up curating now. I'm very happy to introduce Agnieszka Pindera, who unfortunately couldn't come, and it was like last night information, and she will be online. Agnieszka Pindera is a researcher, art curator, and she's at the moment she's working in the Museum of Warsaw. She was developing program of institution in Toruń 15 years ago. Later she was associated with Polin Museum, and for many years she ran research department in Museum of Art in Łódź. She will talk about collective programming. Okay, Agnieszka Pindera.
My name is Agnieszka Pindera, and I will present a paper based on a text written for the publication edited by Colonial, who encouraged me to present it in the framework of AICA and in AICA Kongres. I would like to thank him for the suggestion and encouragement, as well as express my gratitude to the committee inviting me to speak in front of you here today. I'm extremely sorry that I'm not there in person. Thank you, Małgorzata and Arkadiusz, for accepting this last-minute change. The Polish comedy Controlled Conversations is organized around events unfolding during government-imposed martial law. The title refers to a scene in which a call from a telephone booth is interrupted by a militia officer repeating a phrase typical of censorship: controlled conversations. As the call progresses, the caller takes over the militia task and self-censors, while the representative of law enforcement eats his sandwich. This scene could be argued to represent what we experience today in times of exhaustion of both resources and outdated political systems. Currently, the art world across Europe, like the color in a scene, acts in place of defunct policies by taking over their role. As Paweł Łodziński, representative of the Biennale Warszawa, pointed out, getting closer to spheres of economy, politics, and social issues, like providing shelter to the displaced, allows to distance oneself from the cultural wars that by definition generate conflict and make collaboration impossible. At the same time, the rise of right-wing populism, nationalism, as well as other extreme positions, again similar to the Cold War era, makes audiences mistrust public cultural institutions and forces them to look for alternatives. Part 1. Biennale. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. The first initiative to flourish outside public art infrastructure in this part of Europe was the Off Biennale in Budapest, an international art event established in 2014 that has since then boycotted official Hungarian cultural policies. All its founders worked in major museums, galleries, and universities in Budapest before these institutions were taken over by Viktor Orbán's regime. When a group of curators and scholars decided to lay the foundations for collaboration, it took a form of, and I quote, prefigurative politics, end of quote, in which they collectively performed the institution they wished was the norm. The Biennale Warszawa grew out of seemingly different yet similar circumstances. It was a short-lived municipal establishment that combined visual art and social activism. By adopting the name Biennale for their initiatives, both groups revealed their critical stance on regionalism and nationalism that the notion of Biennale historically conveys. In the beginning, the Off Biennale aimed to amplify and coordinate many independent projects that were happening locally, as well as organize fundraising. Eastern European countries depend fully on the state, either on direct state funding or international resources distributed by the state. The Hungarian Cultural Collective behind the Off Biennial opposed the state's official agenda and decided to monetize their available resources, namely their international network. To be able to work on projects and avoid self-censorship, they sought support from institutions and programs that didn't need state approval. In other words, the Off Biennale managed to use its international connections to support free speech within the local art scene. In the case of the Biennale Warszawa, the division between the state's wrongdoings and free grassroots culture isn't so clear, as the municipal administration was not in hands of peace but the opposition party at the time. The curators were aware that the sense of locality had been reproduced for specific political reasons. To overcome a threat of political agenda, the Biennale Warszawa promoted, as they call it, progressive politics that are collaborative by default and based on relations on the transnational and translocal scene as well. This first edition of the Kyiv Biennial The first edition of the Kiev Biennial was organized the year after the Revolution of Dignity, which resulted in the new Ukrainian memory politics that introduced more restrictive decommunization laws, erasing any existing ties with the Soviet Union, including cultural liaisons and the avant-garde traditions. The Kiev Biennial organizers, the Visual Culture Research Center, were invested in restoring the heritage of the modern period in Ukrainian history, which they found emancipatory. In the words of Vasyl Cherepanin, contemporary Ukrainians could learn from that historical period how to become contemporary in other ways than by accepting neoliberal measures. Interestingly, he connected the very local issues which urgently needed to be resolved internally with internationalism. The Biennale Warszawa, Off Biennale, Budapest, and Kiev Biennial, joined by two other initiatives from Prague and Riga, formed the East Europe Biennial Alliance. Among other joint projects, a curatorial team drawn from the alliance members developed in 2021 Kiev Biennial entitled Allied. What was being repeated in the statements of alliance members was a need for a solid foundation. Uprisings end usually as rapidly as they start. But to sustain a change that was started by a movement, an institution has to form, to crystallize and consolidate the change. As Cherepanin put it in 2017, an international collective of social and politically engaged institutions. That is the most important art piece we need today in order to conduct real transnational politics. The alliance was formed by representatives from Poland, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Latvia, and Hungary, all countries that were previously under control of the Soviet regime. 3 decades after regaining their individual identity as sovereign nations, they formed a collective appropriating a once forced and phony transnationalism to counter new types of oppression. Part 2. We are sorry you have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. The recipient of the controlled call, described at the beginning of this paper, was a theater worker speaking in code. Hearing that the Swedish ban has been beaten into and a fresh roll has to be delivered, she knew it meant that colleagues' cover had been blown. In the 1980s, the decade depicted in a film, everything that entered the public domain, including art and culture, was supervised, and if not directly censored, economic crisis and shortages did the job. In the early 2000s, public institutions in Poland were still struggling with the effects of years of structural negligence. Around that time that Poland joined the European Union and financial help became available, the Zorro collective took interest in commenting on the reality of global and local art markets. The videos Everything Has Been Done Part 1 and 2 depict a failed brainstorming session during which members of a group try to think of something they can do as an artwork. One of the men concludes at some point, "We have to come up with something new." The paradigm of novelty as a requirement of artists' work that Zorro critiqued is a problem that contemporary curators also face in their work, especially individuals appointed to curate large-scale international exhibitions. The collective curating the Kiev Biennial in 2021 seemed to overcome that pressure by presenting the same exhibition the Off Biennale Budapest showed earlier in that year. Individualism, traditionally associated with taking a curatorial position, was in the alliance replaced by the focus on facilitating local audiences' access to artworks that were treated as resources that needed to be redistributed and reused. Moreover, one of the first gatherings of members of the alliance was organized around the question of how to create a biennial that does not end up establishing a promising career for a couple of individuals while the rest of the team is exhausted physically, mentally, and financially. What could have remained a theoretical problem and a work of imagination, instead became a way to reclaim collective engagement thanks to a coalition of like-minded individuals. While speaking about the exhibitions they curate, Alliance members tend to call them forums to distinguish their projects from the more traditional modes of display. In the School of Kiev, previous biennial edition, the Kiev Biennial involved cultural institutions across the city, including art schools, museums, and libraries, all allowing free admission to arenas of public reflection. These were organized around 8 topics: the School of Abducted Europe, offering ideas for another Europe; the School of Displaced, which gathered refugees; the School of Image and Evidence, which tackled the problem of propaganda; the School of Landscape, which discussed the relation between nationhood and land; the School of Lonesome, which served activists who took part in Maidan; and the School of Realism. Many in the field are familiar with the 7th Berlin Biennale, curated in 2012 by Artur Żmijewski, who postulated it to be a parliament rather than salon. Despite efforts to break with the exhibition format, the 7th Berlin Biennale was still organized as an individually visited event, whereas the School of Kiev opened their international branches in Berlin, Prague, and Rome. The team from Kiev organized discussions, while the host institutions were organizing exhibitions focusing on Ukrainian art. In each of these cases, the program was addressed to local audiences. They weren't inviting visitors to travel, but rather they presented work by artists based in Kiev or associated with the city, spread out across. Part 3. Solidarity Community Center. In the interest of quality calls may be recorded. If you do not agree with being recorded, please hang up. Sunflower Solidarity Community Center in Warsaw was brought to life as an intervention to help refugees from Ukraine after the Russian full-scale invasion started in 2022. During this time, cultural institutions urgently repurposed their resources, with residency programs opening their doors to those seeking shelter. Museums, thinking more long-term, started to give free Polish language lessons to stimulate integration of the newcomers. Diverse communities organized help at overcrowded train stations and managed free shops for refugees. Many of these initiatives ceased to exist after a few months, as they were organized by citizens without proper training in crisis management. Sunflower is one of the few that hasn't exhausted its human resources, and its institutional affiliation may be what ensures its durability. Formerly, it was an artistic action organized by the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, and the collective that curated it was nominated in the visual arts category for an annual Polish cultural award, the Polityka's Passport. Initiated by Polish and Ukrainian artists, art activists, and cultural professionals, among them members of Bliskist Collective and curators of Warsaw MoMA, the group relied on the competence of others within the established network of collectives and NGOs to organize aid efficiently. What spontaneously fulfilled immediate needs at the beginning, feeding the hungry, taking pictures for legal documents to register for temporary protection in Poland, as well as caring for children while parents visited civil services to submit paperwork, evolved into symbiotic relationship with the art institution it relied on. As the collective claims, the transformation of the museum into a civil center had historical precedences. What they call solidarity-based museology was put in place at the Malmö Art Museum in 1945, when it transformed into a home for female prisoners liberated from concentration camps. The same solidarity manifested in American museums organizing food banks at their headquarters during the COVID-19 pandemic. When it no longer had to provide assistance to displaced people, as this role was taken over by other bodies, Sunflower took over the reins of the museum's public programming, organizing events aimed at enhancing Polish-Ukrainian relations, by teaching both languages and providing information on Ukrainian art and culture through concerts, lectures, and screenings. The second program branch was devoted to the current war, Russian imperialism, and specific issues of decolonization in Eastern Europe. The collective is also engaged in the Soniak Digest magazine, an international platform that discusses global consequences of the Russian invasion, and is working with the Kiev biennial new editions. In conclusion, forming a coalition like the Alliance or the Słonecznik is an exercise of solidarity in a practical sense, acting against competitions of any kind, namely for the grants that all members rely on. But as proved, a collective strategy could guarantee coherent and sustainable growth, or if not growth, then at least the ethical existence. Thank you.
This is Agnieszka Pindera, and I didn't mention that she's a member of AICA Poland, and I bet you might have questions, and if you want, we can connect you with her. And now I will invite Wiktor Witkowski, who's a filmmaker and a painter, but also art critic, writing, for example, to Hyperallergic, who will present a paper on a new model of galleries in Germany.
Thank you, Agna, for the introduction. Dzień dobry, witam. Hello, everybody. First of all, I just wanted to briefly thank the organizers of the conference, of the Congress, and for doing such a tremendous job over the last 2 days and taking such good care of us. Thank you for that. I also wanted to thank you for having me here so that I can make a contribution to the Congress, which so far to this point I think has been fantastic and has been providing a lot of material for stimulating and insightful conversations and experiences. Originally, I had planned to include a short section on spaces, artist-run spaces in New York City from around the 1970s because I wanted to provide a little bit of context. I took that out because I wanted to really stay within the given limitation of 15 minutes, but I'm happy to answer questions later on or have a conversation about it. Jerry Saltz tweets often. He posts on Instagram and Facebook to make sure all ages receive his ruminations about art, the art market, his coffee consumption, and his health condition. One of his tweets from May 21st, 2023 reads, "Artists, if you are a real artist, you will work no matter what." As artists, we would have to live in a fictitious world to achieve our goals no matter the circumstances. Especially for an emerging artist in the US, Saltz's idealism can quickly turn into a hollow phrase meant for the privileged few who find themselves in a position with ample means, time, and space to work no matter what. For most artists, any privilege, be it time to take part in an artist residency or enough funds to rent out a studio, purchase materials, cover application fees and shipping costs, is hard-earned. In the long run, especially when artists juggle multiple part-time jobs and family duties, these privileges remain unsustainable. Where there is a will, there is a path, goes a German saying, which aptly characterizes Jerry Saltz's platitude. But platitudes do not offer solutions, nor do they expose the root cause of power imbalances within the art world. Artist-run spaces have been a global phenomenon since at least the 1970s. Around that time, the so-called Produzentengalerien, so the translation, a literal translation is producers' gallery, started emerging across Germany. The early history of the Produzentengalerie or producers' gallery is murky and under-researched. It is most likely that the oldest and still active Produzentengalerie is located in Hamburg. It was found in 1973 under the name Grasweg, Grassway, with the stated goal to be an experimental space without any commercial interest. Its managing director, Jürgen Vorrath, has been a member since its inception without being an artist. I will return to this point later on to explain why this is a feature and not an anomaly within the German model of the artist-owned spaces. In the beginning, the Produzentengalerie Hamburg exhibited mostly local artists and those without commercial gallery representation. About a decade later, international established artists like Sol LeWitt and Carl Andre were invited to exhibit their work. In the 80s, the Produzentengalerie Hamburg increasingly collaborated with artists represented by commercial galleries in Munich, Cologne, and Düsseldorf, with the goal to increase its visibility and standing among the regional and national for-profit galleries. The main focus of the gallery remained the promotion and support of its member artists. As of 2023, the roster of artists at the Produzentengalerie Hamburg includes 23 artists, with the most recognizable being Norbert Schwankowski and Thomas Scheibitz. The Produzentengalerie Hamburg remains an exception among the many spaces in Germany that bear the label Produzentengalerie. It has been able to maintain a core number of artists. It has not been plagued by too many departures, so artists joining commercial galleries after some early successes. And according to managing director Jürgen Vorrath, all its artists are making a living wage. In contrast, many contemporary Produzentengalerien are present in mid-sized to large cities in the form of small storefront shops that simultaneously function as artist studios. But there are more recent exceptions which have incorporated and adjusted the model used by the Produzentengalerie Hamburg. The examples that I would like to examine next are the Produzentengalerien Schauer and B2 in Leipzig. In early June of this year, I met with 3 members of Schauer Gallery in a former industrial area of West Leipzig. The building, which you see here, houses several galleries, artist studios, and 1 international artist residency, and they still bear the name of the factory that only ceased production shortly after German reunification. After almost 2 decades as an unused site, it was bought by the real estate investors Birgit and Matthias Manke in 2013 with the goal to transform the structure into a set multi-purpose building for artists. One of the founders of Schauer Gallery and an artist himself, Jurek Rota, pictured on the right, has been working as the building's superintendent since the beginning. When Rota decided to open a Produzentengalerie, landlord Manke suggested a space adjacent to the main building, which used to house the factory employees' showers, hence the name. Manke covered all building material expenses that were necessary to renovate the space and even installed heated floors free of charge. The remaining work was executed by the gallery artist between 21 and early 23. At that point, the group of 7 artists had already settled on a civil law partnership, it's called GBR in German, as a legal business model for their venture. According to Global Business, a GBR is defined as an association of individuals or enterprises united in the achievement of a joint contractual purpose. and this form is mostly used for startups, which I think is an interesting choice. Each artist signed a 5-year contract that stipulates the monthly membership fee, which includes rent, any occurring maintenance expenses and extra charges for the gallery space, and, most importantly, the salary for Schauer's hired gallerist. This is the key difference between the Produzentengalerie model and artist-run spaces and cooperatives. Similar to the role of the managing director at the Produzentengalerie Hamburg, Schauer's gallerist, so she's depicted here on the left, oversees administrative tasks, publicity, but also fulfills the role of a curatorial advisor, all while generating income as a freelancer with a part-time job. Gallery B2 is housed in the vast industrial complex known as the Spinnerei. From 1884 to 1993, the Spinnerei was used as a cotton mill to process raw cotton. Until 1913, cotton arrived exclusively via the German colony Tanzania. In 1993, the Spinnerei factories were closed and fell into disrepair over the next decade. Aside from artist squatters, among them Neil Rauch, who you might have heard about, who set up provisional studios in the Spinnerei's aftermath, it was not until 2001 when a group of 3 private investors bought the complex and drew up leases for 30 artists, several small businesses, a few lofts, and B2 Gallery. Today, the Spinnerei is mostly known for its blue-chip galleries and the infamous New Leipzig School of Painters, who became one of Germany's most successful cultural export in the post-war era. Gallery B2 and Schauer share the same GBR legal structure. They both employ freelancers as gallerists, and their membership conditions are stipulated in multi-year contracts. Both galleries also omit the Produzentengalerie label in their names. According to the gallery's members, the concept Produzentengalerie is still frowned upon. Among art professionals and commercial galleries, Produzentengalerien are considered inauthentic or lesser galleries. Even though neither gallery carries the label Produzentengalerie, the artists' peers and the commercial galleries in Leipzig are aware that these are artist-owned spaces. But the viewing public and casual art collectors are generally unaware that B2 and Schauer are Produzentengalerien. According to its members, the artists never volunteer this information to potential buyers. At this point, it is imperative to ask, what are the advantages of a Produzentengalerie if one must hide its identity as an artist-owned space? Some of the most important factors for the members I spoke to are more agency over one's work and the context in which it is shown, exhibiting work that might be considered too experimental in a commercial setting, and more visibility for artists without representation. In these cases, the Produzentengalerie fulfills the role of a traditional artist-run space. A more compelling argument was brought forward by the co-founder of Schauer, Jurek Rother. As a self-taught, middle-aged artist without a university or art school degree, he saw close to no opportunities in a city that is one of the prime destinations for artists in Germany. Schauer enabled him to create a platform for his work while simultaneously embedding himself in a network of like-minded peers. In this case, the stability provided by a communal gallery and stipulated by a binding contract offers more security than many of the commercial galleries offer their artists. The same goes for artists who are young parents. In both galleries, artists with children mentioned the higher degree of flexibility they had in choosing when to make and exhibit work. Unlike Schauer with its 7 artists, B2 currently stands at around 20 artists who know each other but are not a tightly knit community as in case of Schauer. Even though B2 has been a Produzentengalerie since 2005, Shower, which only opened in March of 23, plans to keep the total amount of members limited to 10. A smaller roster of artists makes more sense from a programming standpoint. At Shower, each artist is entitled to one solo show per year, while the remaining months can be used for group exhibitions. If one artist decides that they want to organize a two-person show with an external artist instead of a solo show, they are allowed to. All members are entitled to invite external artists, and the role of the hired gallerist is to seek out and visit outside artist studios. And this also includes curators, outside curators that are then invited. B2, due to the large number of members, cannot match this more balanced and more frequent exhibition cycle. According to one B2 artist I spoke with, they are entitled to one solo show once every 3 years. An excessive membership count also has a financial downside. Whenever a sale is made, the gallerist receives 10% of the total sales, while the remainder is split 60-40. 40 goes toward the gallery. The fewer members there are, the bigger the impact on the gallery's budget and the likelier that its members see a more substantial return of their investment. The Produzentengalerie model is not a perfect solution, but it offers a path for artists who seek more agency and independence from an art market that has ballooned into a vast, deregulated, money-churning machine. With a legal structure that renders its members mutual business partners of a communal venture and a fairly compensated gallerist in charge, this gallery model enhances the traditional artist-run space. Produzentengalerien can and should replace the many poorly run, mismanaged, uninspired, copycat commercial galleries, of which there are dozens at each of the roughly 300 annual art fairs. Art produced in an environment which promotes stability, experimentation, and community building can allow itself to be less concerned with market pressures and trends. It can eventually become a springboard for peripheral and underrepresented directions. No artist should have to wait until they find commercial gallery representation to be noticed and taken seriously. And even then, artist careers fall and rise with the quality of its gallery leadership. In the end, there are too many artists and too few galleries. The separation between commercial and non-commercial spaces needs to be bridged to narrow the gap between those that hold the key to artist visibility versus those who do not. A Produzentengalerie hands back agency and visibility to its artists. Due to its for-profit gallery structure, outside visitors and collectors are unaware of its status as camouflaged artist space. In a market that is ripe with pretense, and where make-believe is sold at high value, an artist-centric smokescreen seems like an adequate tool to level the playing field. While artist visibility is crucial to the dissemination and recognition of their work, models that propose alternative or more generous ways of revenue for artists that are neither based on studio or online sales are rare. Theoretically, Produzentengalerien are set up to generate income for its members while keeping the gallery self-sustained. With one foot in the art market and another in the safe space that is the artist's own venture, this hybrid gallery model will not replace commercial galleries. But at the very least, it can challenge the status quo of the many mid-tier galleries, such as vanity galleries, which have emerged over the years with the goal to profit off artists' desire for exposure and an upper middle class with money to spend. Any shift of the existent art market hierarchies is a welcome step to further democratize the dissemination of and access to contemporary art. And if artists can make a livable wage while democratizing the art market, the hybrid model proposed by Produzentengalerien will hopefully catch on among artists outside of Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Now I will invite Vera Mleczewska, from AICA Bulgaria. She's an independent curator from Sofia, and she will talk about trends in Bulgarian contemporary art now.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the great job and also for the speakers for their inspiring presentations. I didn't prepare papers, so I'm going to speak mostly about curatorial practices and also my own curatorial practice. So in my presentation, I will talk about some new modes of display concerning the exhibition practices, mainly in Sofia, where much of the exhibition activity is concentrated in Bulgaria, unfortunately. As I presenter, I don't have the necessary distance to present what is happening from the position of a critic, neither an academic, but rather as a participant in some of these recent processes. Of course, it can't be denied that the COVID has a major impact on institutional policy and exhibition practices over the past 2 years. That, of course, happened because of the COVID restrictions and security measures that affected the institutions. And, of course, because of the possible future restrictions in the future, because all of these grant programs, they're happening, the programming is happening at one time and then the projects are executed later. So of course, most of the organizations in Bulgaria are subsidized by public money, so they depend directly on the public funding. And of course, the cultural organizations tailor the application and very often the project itself to the priorities set by the granting institutions. This situation give another direction of exhibitions. So the limitations of crowding more than some number of people per square meter became a reason to look for a way of making exhibitions or presenting an artworks that would avoid these limitations. So this is how Posta Gallery was born in Sofia, which is actually a showcase in a big boulevard in Sofia, and it's actually a showcase about 40 centimeters deep. And the gallery is run by 2 artists and 1 young curator. Such a gallery is not unusual in other cities, such as Berlin, for example, but in Sofia appeared precisely because of the constraints of the pandemic. The exhibitions in Posta Gallery are open 24 hours. It could be seen in any time. And actually, it's one of the big boulevards in Sofia, Boulevard Dundukov. And this gallery's democratic accessibility and very high visibility are strong motivation for the artists to exhibit here. This is the exhibition that you see now. It's a work actually by Desisłava Terzieva, which was presented just after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, although the work is strongly reminiscent of Marta Rosler's approach and her collages from the 60s and 70s. In this case, the artist is making a comment on the stream of images circulating in social media where pictures from the war in Ukraine and alluring fashion photos alternate. So, the artists, the invited artists are various, and they're local artists, but also international artists, and they have absolutely different approach. So this is another type of work that you see by Martin Penev. And this is another type of work by Brad Downey, who actually visited Sofia, and he made all these pictures of swastikas in the neighborhood. But as you can see, those swastikas were fixed up by other people. So he collected them, and during the opening, artists and the artist himself, but also other artists were making very fast drawings of random people. So they also invited this musician to play for the opening. This collective runs also another gallery that is located nearby. It's a Rio gallery space, and this is Posta again. But this is the other gallery that actually also, it's a Rio gallery space, but very often works operates when it's closed. So the lights are on, you can see the exhibition from outside, walking down the street. And they also do, sometimes they split exhibitions on two, so you can see the part of the work in Posta Gallery, but also you can go to Punta Gallery. This is the name of the other show, or the other exhibition, and they sometimes are connected, as in this case, the work of Rada Bukova. Actually, the other gallery, it's a former jewelry shop. Sorry? Yeah. And so because of that, she wanted to research on, an equal distribution of gold nowadays in the world. So, and also reflect on the fact that this is a jewelry shop. So she made this kind of setting here in the gallery. And then at Posta, she actually appropriated this kind of shop setting and created this outfit for city gold mining, or I don't know, gold mining in general. So, and she made a film that was also screened there at 24 hours. This is another exhibition by Krasimir Terziev, which actually operated entirely in closed doors. It was open only during the opening, and then you could read the text from outside, and you can see what is inside because the lamps are always on, but very often you cannot enter the space. So this was actually very, very new for Sofia, so people could, attend these shows or these works or these exhibitions without meeting the artist or the curator. They could only read the text eventually. Another type of galleries appeared. These are the home galleries. So this gallery is called Dubka Contemporary. Dubka means a hole, and so this is a little hall that is in the home of the artist Velko Chubanov. It was designed for analog telephones, but now it became obsolete. So he decided to use this hall for an exhibition space. And the gallery is unusual because of its dimensions. It's 20 by 30 by 20. And understandably, the works have to fit within the gallery's dimension. So the artist also decided not to look for any funding of his gallery. The artists fund their works themselves. There is a video, but I can't show you. So, I mean, you can understand that it's a relatively small works, usually, or installations. Okay, so now you can see the scale. Yeah. This is another intervention by Marina Genova. And this is another home gallery which appeared but unfortunately disappeared. So it's a Gara gallery in Sofia, which is also it was run by an artist, Marina Genova. It's at the entrance hallway of her apartment. It's about like 2 meters by 150. So usually both the invited artists to the exhibition and the visitors to these galleries are close friends of the hosts. The number of visitors is as many as can fit in the, could enter in the living room. This fact effectively creates a close society of like-minded artists and friends who value each other's work, but have little contact with other artistic circles. So often they have no feedback about their work, and most viewers actually see the works on social media. So that's why social media became extremely important, because in many cases you see the work, what happened in these small home galleries, but it also became very, very important, and also the more and more gallerists, especially artisan gallerists, they hire professional photographers to make the best pictures, to represent the work in the best way, to hide sometimes some flaws of the installation. So I can see that for the last 3 years that becomes super important, the social media display actually. So our curatorial team, because I'm also part of a curatorial team, all of us, we are AICA members, AICA Bulgaria. So our curatorial team, which is called Art Affairs and Documents, was also looking for a way to express ourselves outside of the public institutions, sorry. And we find a way. We decided to ask for a permission to use the underpass of the Largo in Sofia to start exhibition, international exhibition of contemporary art. So I can show you. This is most of these places are abandoned. They were abandoned before the pandemic, but then also after the pandemic. And so these are empty shops and vitrines. This is actually this is not a place that is they were abandoned, but this is in the very center of Sofia, so it's not a place that needs to be gentrified at all. It's in the heart of the city, where the ancient Roman remains of the city of Serdica are there. All of the historical center, the political center of the city is placed. So you see these spaces here. This is the second edition of our, let's say, festival. And where we decided to invite both Bulgarian and international artists to make interventions in these spaces. So we invited Henrike Neumann from Germany. Her media is furniture, so because you can always relate to specific period, specific style. So she made this intervention and placed this furniture set from the late 80s, and she also made this installation with furniture that we found. And there was this film which was dedicated to the falling of Berlin Wall. So here is how it looks. Well, the good thing about it is that we don't need to be there. We don't need to pay staff to stay there. The exhibition is visible as long as the underpass is open, because they close it at 10 o'clock. And also the best thing about it is that we confront the audience. Most of the people don't expect to see art at all. So they see something, we confront them, and that's for me as a curator is really a precious experience actually. This is the other side of the underpass. So if you pass through here, you go in front of the presidency, and here we placed he replaced this installation by Tracy Snelling. She's Berlin-based artist, and she does these scale models of buildings. But there's a lots of also multimedia. Actually, you can't see it here, but there's a lot of videos that are going on. And this is the artist Krasimira Butseva, who is installing her work in these vitrines. Actually, all of the artists wanted somehow to be engaged with the context, to reflect on the context. So she discovered very interesting photos from the past of the Largo. This is how the place is called, the historical past, because it's also, the place is called the Triangle of Power, because you have all of the major institutions there. And you have a historical center from the Roman times, but you also have the communist past that is still present there. So she displayed all of these historical photos that I think the municipality could easily do the same thing, but it's the artists who actually did it. So you can see the size, and of course there's a lot of youngsters that skateboard there because it's a
good service.
Yes. And this is another work by Oriol Villanova, who has a collection of 864 postcards of antique stadiums. So he exhibited his collection also in the vitrines because nearby it's the Stadium of Sofia, which unfortunately it's under all of these buildings, so we can't see anything from it. We only know from the archaeologists that it exists. And so people could see, I mean, all of these stadiums are from all over Europe and Northern Africa, of course, not from Bulgaria. And also, we managed to open some spaces that were closed for many years. So we discovered calendars, posters from 2013. So we opened this place, which it's actually the eastern gate of the city of Serdica, the ancient city of Serdica. So we opened it for the audience, so people were able not only to see contemporary art, but to see, places that were before invisible for them. This is the inside, and we invited the artist Zuzana Cebatu to present her work. And this is actually the Sofia Largo, which was built about 10 years ago, very badly. I mean, it's almost self-destroying at the moment, but okay, we have this very large space with beautiful Oberlicht and view, but still there is, this place has, as I said, a lot of flaws, so we thought we can do some kind of interventions. And so this is the artist Eva Vasileva, who decided to make an intervention on the Oberlicht, so she completely changed the place with this intervention, and so I think it looks much better. It was unfortunately temporary intervention, and this is the artist Lazar Lutakov in the middle, who we invited him also to do an intervention there, and he decided to exhibit the prototype of Sofia car. This is the only ever designed car by a Bulgarian engineer. Actually, it's only the look is designed. The inside is a Zhigua car. It was very difficult actually to bring this car down to the Largo because they never thought that maybe a car should access the Largo. Never mind, it could happen something, that needs it. Anyways, we brought the car down, and it's also this place is under. It's ruled actually by the Museum of Sofia. And that's why Lazar wanted to suggest that maybe this car, which is called Sofia, should be a part of the collection of the Museum of Sofia. So it was very interesting for the people because you don't see this car in a museum. It stays in some garage somewhere in Sofia. So this was it attracted really a lot of people who wanted to see it as an exhibit. And because this place has a very specific acoustics, so people who are who like to work with sound, they were very inspired by the acoustics. And this is Sofia Granciarova, who decided to do a performance. So she was singing for 1 hour repeatedly this song, Parle-moi de lui. So this is Martian Tabakov, who is creating a sound sculptures, and then also he was making a performance, sound performance there. And so you can hear, you can have an idea about the acoustics of the play. And this is another sound performance that produced there by Valentina Traianova, because I was not able to place her name. Okay, this is also kind of performance. I mean, I just wanted to add that it's not only us being happy as a curators to interact with the audience, but also the artists, they were very happy to do so. And as you can see, they do it. Just to finish, this is another gallery that opened. It's called Galeria Ta, so it means the gallery in Plovdiv, and it's also artist-run gallery. The artists built it. It was actually a place full of rubbish, so they clean it, they paint it, so they make it, and it's a very interesting building where you have about 30 ateliers of different artists. So they came together and decided that they need to have a gallery space where each and every artist who is, hiring a studio could present an exhibition there. So it's something really brand new that happens now in Plovdiv, and I recommend you that you visit this place. And I just wanted to finish. And actually, what happens with the critic? That's the final word, I would say. Also, the critic had a lot of changes because the most important magazine, Cultura, actually completely changed its policy. And which is the traditional journal for critics. And so the medium has become a place for analytical texts rather than a platform for dialogue and debate on current events and exhibitions. Instead, the Sofia University Cultural Center publication has begun to attract writing people, not only critics, but philosophers, writers. And so they invite them to follow, for instance, what happened for the last month. So they would publish in the university journal, and it's one of the medias that we follow. This is their website. But of course, a lot of podcasts appeared. Not a lot actually, but this one is good. And there is my colleague who opened an Instagram account, so she's publishing her reviews on Instagram, so many people can read it. So actually, the critic migrated in this social media for good or for bad, and also we made this. A video channel in YouTube where we also publish different reviews interviews or also video essays which are critical. So that's also something very new that happened after COVID. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. I will only explain why some of us were laughing, because dupka in Polish is actually sweet, childish way to say asshole. Now I will introduce Łukasz Trzciński, who is also a member of AICA Poland. He's from Kraków. He's associated with institution some of you might know from Monday Morning, which is Dom Utopii.
And then there's like a quota for the gallerists that they hire. So they just want to make sure that this person that actually is hired as a freelancer gets her money.
So it's actually not artist-run space, but artist-run company.
It's like an artist-owned space, I would say, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's like a startup. I mean, it's the same legal structure as a startup.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Vera, I wanted to ask, because I remember similar solutions from Łódź and from Poznań in Poland, but done by young people with no money, that they would rent off some space or get space for free, like sometimes even gablota, I don't know, like vitrines of the shops, about 15 years ago, 10 years ago. But I understand that here is like a bigger wave and also bigger spaces are bigger, but you pay rent for those spaces. You have to organize them from the city or the private owner.
Well, the event that we do in the Largo, in the center of Sofia, we had to address the municipality, and so we have these spaces for only 10 days. And actually, these are shops that usually municipality rents, but nobody wants to rent them at the moment, so they give us the space. And the other galleries, they are, I think, Posta and Punta, they pay rent, but their spaces are relatively small, so they don't pay a lot. In Plovdiv, it's also different situation. I think they pay rent as well, but it's like affordable for the artists to do this. And I have to say really that most of the artists and these initiatives and galleries, they really depend on the public funding. So of course, I don't know how long this will continue and how, and is it sustainable at all. It's just something that happened for the last 2 years, and it's interesting that all of these public spaces were very appealing for the artists, but also for the curators, because the artists, of course, they want to interact with the audience most of all at the end. So I think Jerry South, it's a bit right about it, because artists, they want, even if they don't involve a lot of money, they really want to show, they really want to do and produce something. I can imagine that it's much harder in New York or elsewhere, but really this is the, I think, the reason.
I mean, speaking of the States, you don't have a Ministry of Culture, right? there's like very little funding. I mean, I looked into the numbers, what was it, 2019? The National Endowment of the Arts, which is the only body really that finances the arts in the United States. So imagine a country this size, like from Portugal to Moscow, 50 states, and they have an annual budget of $118 million. Not 120, but $118 million for all of it. That's like nothing. But you can also then argue about the resilience, right? Resilience toward government overreach. Even now, a lot of places are severely underfunded. So there's always a trade-off. And I think Leipzig is really interesting because it's a curious town, and it's a little bit the underdog because it's like an hour outside of Berlin. But this city has been really resilient toward a lot of efforts. So gentrification is another one. People getting together in communities, buying up houses, and then rent stabilizing it and making sure that nobody takes it over so that everybody can live in the apartment with, let's say, 10 families and keep it stabilized. So they are really inventing things. And of course, will shower exist in 2 years? I don't know. They don't probably know. But I think it's really important to show that there are actually solutions, that it can be done. And I think in this case, it's also important to mention the investor of that space who came in with the idea, not I'm going to buy this up and renovate it so that we have high rises and like expensive lofts and companies in here. I'm going to set this aside for artists. This is my goal. And working together with the artists to turn it into like a location for artists, run by artists. And I think it just shows the potential.
Is the guy a collector, investor?
I looked him up because I was at that residency many, many years ago, and that's how I heard about him. And I know that everybody's saying that he shows up in the studios often. So he owns a building next door, which is even larger, and it's just artist studios. And he's interested, he collects. He'll go into the artist studios and just buy something every now and then.
We had some cities with the policy of place for artists for 1 zloty a month, but it actually sometimes turned around, like that artist was supposed to make renovation of the space and then it was taken over because it was pretty and nice, so that's how it happens in Poland. Any other comments? Or I think we're going for a meal now, all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Vera. And thank you, Łukasz.
Yes, we're going to have a meal, and let's try to meet again in 1 hour and 5 minutes at 2:45. Before you leave, Sonia has a little, Sonia and Mark have a little announcement.
Oui, très rapide. C'est au sujet des élections du 2e tour de la présidence. Comme il y a eu très peu de votants au premier tour, on prolonge, on déplace le 2e tour du 1er au 10 décembre et on vous invite à mobiliser le maximum de votants pour que le scrutin soit significatif.
So it's about the presidency election of AICA International in order to reach a greater participation and to give more visibility to the applications of the 2 candidates, Eliza Ruska and Malgorzata Kazmierczak. The Secretariat decided with the agreement of EMC committee to postpone the second ballot to December 1st. It will be open between December 1st and December 10. So we invite you to spread the word and to invite your members to vote. And also the other information is that we received only 5 applications for international board members, and we have 10 10 posts. So we need 5 more applications. So the call is open until November 26th. So please send your application, come on board. It can be fun. It can be fun.
this a little small. Yeah. Can you also... Oh, great. Can I also do this? Yes. Okay.
Art and distraction.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for the discipline. It's 2:45 and I see that most of you are already here, so I think we should strive to begin in a second, quite literally. I would like to invite you to the third keynote speech during the Congress. At the opening night at the museum photography, I was introducing our keynote speaker to someone saying, well, this is Karen, this is the woman who invented post-internet. Which is sort of true. I mean, she at least popularized the term with her show at the CCA Allens. And then Karen reacted saying, well, but that was in a previous life. In the current life, our speaker, Karen Archie, is dealing with the institutional critique. And specifically, she is attempting to update the concept to meet the challenges of today, of today's art, of today's politics, of today's contestations of many infrastructures. Without further ado, welcome Karen Archie.
Thanks, Arkadiusz. And indeed, it was a former life when I was working on post-internet and media art. Just to introduce myself, I am a curator and an art critic and curator of contemporary art at Stedelijk Museum Amsterdam. And I'm also newly a researcher at the Amsterdam School for Heritage, Memory, and Material Culture at the University of Amsterdam. So this is a brand new talk on existing research, so I'm excited to share it with you. I've just chosen a new template called Gallery. So as you can see, it's a white cube framework that I'm working with today. And so I'm going to talk to you about After Institutions, which is a project that I started at the Stedelijk that was supposed to be a group exhibition launching in 2020 on the occasion of the museum's 125th anniversary. And it was supposed to be a critical look at the state of institutions today, and particularly revisiting institutional critique. But the exhibition was canceled during COVID, and I turned that research into a book that I published last year. So, and some of the images that you're going to see in this presentation
are works that were to be in the exhibition. Some of them are research images. So because we were at the point of just sending out loan requests, there's not really a definitive checklist for this exhibition. So this is really just kind of general research. And so even though institutional critique is a historical canon, I wanted to reflect on it for a few different reasons. One is that it's a pre-existing set of tools to examine our own industry and our own primary field of activity. So that's very different from something like social practice, which uses artistic tools to examine elements outside of our field of activity. Let's say the production of sugar or the production of architecture in Chicago or something. But institutional critique is essentially artists making work about art or institutions. And I was also seeing a lot of references to institutional critique by a new generation of artists working all over the world. So I was really interested in this intergenerational and intergeographical play that was going on between an established canon and also a new generation of artists. I also want to note that institutional critique is not just artwork that is critical of institutions. It's actually a very specific art historical concept that's been postulated by gatekeepers, if you will. And I wanted to reconcile the historical, canonical institutional critique with contemporary practices that are critical of institutions, but not necessarily institutional critique by this art historical standard. So I'm going to give a brief definition of this and unpack this in the coming slides, and also give cliff notes on what I think are its waves. So I see 3 waves of institutional critique. The first is a movement that began in the 1960s as an offshoot of conceptual art. It's associated with Michael Asher, Marcel Brothers, Daniel Buren, Hans Hake, and others. And you see here Daniel Buren's work and Duchamp in the background at the exhibition Museum is Muse, a really well-known exhibition created by Canast and McShine at MoMA in 1999. And Benjamin Buchloh writes that he really locates the moment of conceptual art shooting off into institutional critique, because there was a desire of conceptual artists to pare down visual representation. So working less with material like paintings that are depicting something. And then the gallery became a source of material for institutional critique artists. And as the artists started to use the architecture of the gallery more and more itself, it became also a metaphorical reflection on the museum, on the institution, on the gallery. So if you see this work by Michael Asher, this is a pretty canonical work of institutional critique, and you'll see that he took away the door of the gallery. And the experiential, the aesthetic experience of this work is meant to be the changes in light afforded by the openness to the outside world, the smells, the sounds. So this is very formal in nature, but metaphorically, you could also think of this in terms of access. Who is coming into the institution? Who is allowed inside it? Who can see in it? And so it wasn't until many, many years later that the term institutional critique was even used. So you would think, of a canon, for example, with a lot of people writing a manifesto and being involved in creating a definition. But it was actually in 2006 that Andrea Fraser used the word for the first time. And she said that she thinks that she heard this in maybe a class with Craig Owens at the School of Visual Arts in New York or in the Whitney ISP. But her definition is institutional critique is a methodology of critically reflexive site specificity. So it's distinguished from site-specific practices that are formal because it engages sites as social sites and structured sets of relations. So that means that she is moving away from, this kind of definition of conceptual art and their kind of interest in physical, informal, and architectural aspects of aesthetic experience in engaging the art in the institution as a social site. It's also important to note here that the critical reflexivity in this definition refers to an awareness of how artworks function in a market system, also function in the studio, that they're crafted by hand, that they have value, and that they're circulated throughout a market and in the world at large. This is an example of something very important to Andrea Fraser's definition, which is the anti-aesthetic strategy. And I almost think of conceptual artists and the first institutional critique artist as almost having this game of like, how can we not add anything to the gallery? And this is a work by Lawrence Weiner called A Square Removal from a Rug in Use, in which he simply cuts out a square from carpets and places it on the wall. And this is, again, within the anti-aesthetic strategy, it's simply an artwork that resists the primacy of visual representation. It rejects becoming visual. It rejects, for example, being a painting, being a drawing that can be framed and shipped within a market system. So it's something that doesn't easily commodify itself. And this is really important to Fraser and other thinkers in this period, because if you were going to critique the institution, it's essentially a critique of capitalism itself. And if you're participating in a market system, that's pretty contradictory in terms. So, I'm going to head to the second wave now as I see it. The second wave, it's critical to know that it occurred during the late 1980s and went into the early 1990s and coincided with the AIDS crisis. So this is also, like COVID, a moment in art history that existed alongside a global health crisis. So that does a certain thing to the artwork being made of that period. And it's made up of artists such as Andrea Fraser, Zoe Leonard, Renee Green, Greg Bordowitz, Mark Dion. All of them were included in the canonical exhibition, What Happened to the Institutional Critique at American Fine Arts, which was quite a locus for all of these artists working in this wave. Fred Wilson was not included in that exhibition, but was very, very influential to, that community. And so within What Happened to the Institutional Critique, there's a really interesting point that its curator makes, James Meyer. And this is a work by Byron Kim. And he uses this as well as Barbara Kruger. I think you guys are probably already familiar with Barbara Kruger's work. But he was interested in them as artists who do not employ the anti-aesthetic strategy. So they are interested in commodifying their work and participating in the market. But they do have a political aspect to them. So he finds that to be incredibly contradictory in nature. And Byron Kim, this is a work called Synecdoche Whitney Artists. I believe this was his contribution to the 1993 Whitney Biennial. And this is the skin tones of all of the different artists collected that he's made into monochrome paintings. So he thinks of this as like, okay, yeah, that's cute, and then what? Like, what are you actually challenging here? So you see that there's this critically reflexive site specificity, this material consciousness going on with the definition of that Fraser's working with. And I do find that really important. The other aspect of this wave is that these were artists who are also educators and activists And they became more and more dissatisfied with the formalism associated with the first wave of institutional critique. And this is one of my favorite quotes ever by Greg Bordowitz. And he's talking about the rift between the first and second waves of institutional critique. I have no more questions about gallery walls. And so, yeah, it ate its own tail in its own formalism, and what seems useful to me now is to go out and directly engage the public and to help people question what they are doing and to move on. And so Greg was actually, he was a former professor of mine, so that's why I'm kind of intuitively mentioning him in his first name. But he was an activist, and he continues to be an activist, an artist, and an educator. He used to work at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and has now just become director of the Whitney Independent Study Program. And he was involved in the collective Diva TV, which was an affinity group within ACT UP, the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power. And Diva TV was a group of artists focused on working with video because of how easily reproducible it was. And you see here stills from his kind of magnum opus video, Fast Trip, Long Drop, which chronicles his experience living with HIV. And the protest that you see here is called a die-in, which was quite a quite common strategy employed by AIDS activists to literally pretend as if they were dying because of the lack of resources afforded to AIDS research by the FDA in the United States. The artist Zoe Leonard was also involved with Diva TV. She was one of these second wave artists that I just mentioned. And I wanted to share a couple works by her because her work is quite unique and very different from the first generation, but it involves what I would consider an almost documentary impulse because it's photography, because it depicts. The work on the left is from the Tree and Fence series. And I find this incredibly beautiful, but also kind of tragic and metaphorical. She's taken pictures of trees throughout New York City that have grown into fences, and they kind of spill into and through the fence. And I see it as a kind of metaphor for survival, but also confinement and pushing through, so to speak. And the works on the right are from the Trophies series. And in that series, she's taken photos of taxidermied animals. And I see that as being a metaphor for the art object dying within the museum to be able to be preserved by it. This also is echoed in her work, Strange Fruit, that was made from 92 to 97, and it was made in the wake of her death, or the death of her friend, David Wojnarowicz, who's an artist you might know. And it features fruit peels that have been sewn together after its contents was eaten. And the work is a metaphor for the body ravaged by AIDS and left behind by society. And so it might not be immediately read as institutional critique by some standards, especially with this more documentary impulse, but I would say that the work critiques two institutional systems. One is the preservation and collecting functions of the museum because of its ephemerality. So through its material, it challenges these functions. There's no conservation intervention allowed with this work. And secondly, Leonard confronts the American medical system and as an institution that failed those afflicted with AIDS. So just to think through also her previous works that I'd showed, she's taken a lot of photos also of other institutions, anatomical, doll museums, a police museum, and she and other artists are very interested in the genesis and functions of the institution. So this is something that I'll come back to later, but I think it's important to note that this is an interesting kind of dichotomy between being very, very current and very topical, and then also looking back to root causes. So just to step back a bit, is Fraser's definition of institutional critique still valid? This was something that I really explored in my book, After Institutions. And I'm wondering, does it need to be updated given that the world looks so different than it did in 2006 when she coined institutional critique 20 years ago? Firstly, I noticed that the power of works employing the anti-aesthetic strategy and those who don't are oftentimes similar, or actually aesthetic works can actually be much more legible and have a lot more power. So and also as an institutional curator, I was really thinking through this in creating an exhibition. Do I want the audience, how much do I want the audience to read, for example? Could be a lot. And Fraser herself would say, reading and cognitive experience is an aesthetic experience. So this is something I'm thinking through a lot, but at the same time, if I'm interested in making my field less of an ivory tower, isn't this important to consider? And isn't this important? So in thinking through the anti-aesthetic strategy today, I wonder if there's any way to actually really resist commodification. All of these artists work with galleries like Hauser and Wirth, Marian Goodman, Tanya Bonakdar, and they're able to sell their work after a long, well-deserved career, but they are commodified. And I also say this with the utmost respect. I find that they should have a nice, comfortable life. And then thirdly, in terms of how the art object is created, in which legacies it speaks to, this could actually originate outside of the capitalist logic, outside of a capitalist context. I know it's almost unheard of to Western art history, but there could actually be works that are not made in a studio, that are not made from someone who went through art school, that do have a home in the contemporary art institution. And maybe it's the act of inclusion in the museum that actually renders it as a commodity and as property. And this is something I'll talk about a little later in the talk, and specifically go through some of the kind of main principles of David Joslett's recent book, Art's Properties. So third wave, we're getting there. So this is a shift in thinking from the second wave, enacted by an oftentimes younger group of artists, but not necessarily. And I really try to think through these waves as not being necessarily generational, because certain artists have become revered at different points of their life, especially a lot of women artists may have been making work during one wave but weren't recognized until much later. So that's a bit of a caveat. And this wave is dispersed throughout the world, and it's concerned with issues such as access, museum governance, representation, equity, belonging, and decolonization. This is a work by Clara Ianni that I think exemplifies the third wave of institutional critique and problematizes this idea of the anti-aesthetic strategy. So for this work, she had traced the commutes of every worker at the New Museum. She was participating in the New Museum Triennial, Soft Water, Hard Stone. And she traced the commutes onto cartographic paper, and it revealed that everyone in the management level and higher had very short commutes. And the people who worked more menial jobs or lower paid jobs had much longer commutes. So, and this is all noted in the wall texts. So it kind of created this map of privilege and status within the institution, and probably created quite a lot of friction within the institution. But under Fraser's rubric, it would not be considered institutional critique. And that's because it's a drawing on nice paper that's framed. And so I kind of felt like this is wrong. Like, this doesn't really seem right to me, but I want to figure out how. So the third wave also expands institutional critique to a global context. I would note also that every national context is unique, and it has unique social, political, and historical characteristics that develop institutions or impact institutional developments, and thus the development of institutional critique. I want to share one work of an artist working in China, Liu Ding. And Liu Ding is an artist, writer, and curator. He's currently working on the Yokohama Triennial, which will open a few weeks. He's co-curating it with Carol Yinghua Lu. And he oftentimes examines how art is intertwined with and even produces national political narratives, especially in China. This installation references the Orchid Room in Beijing's Zhongshan Park, which is a Ming Dynasty imperial garden that abuts Tiananmen Square. And an orchid room in the Chinese context intersperses orchids with objects for connoisseurship like paintings, calligraphy, and these are all for the Chinese literati. And then this was an orchid room developed by a Chinese general, Zhu Dai, who moved from Shanghai to Beijing in 1959 and brought his orchids with him. And this was a very curious timing because it was right at the end of the anti-rightist campaign by Mao Zedong. And the anti-rightist campaign persecuted hundreds of thousands of supposed counter-revolutionaries. These are people who were mostly intellectuals who supposedly favored capitalism over communism. And so the anti-rightist campaign essentially transformed China for the first time into a de facto one-party state. From that point forward, the People's Republic of China was run by the Communist Party. And the Orchid Room that materialized at the end of this campaign, persecuting intellectual pursuits, it kind of revealed that there was a huge amount of contradiction there in the sense that the finer things, the literature, the paintings, the calligraphy, the orchids, these objects of connoisseurship are available to the ruling class, but not the people. And that was also something that was very much meant to be objected to. So Liu Ding recreates this orchid room to think through these kind of contradictions in the ruling party of China to this day. And then he also intersperses orchids and paintings with excerpts from his conversation series. And these are various conversations that he has with artists and curators and writers in China about the state of cultural production in China. And I went on a research trip to China and asked Liu Ding and a lot of people what they think institutional critique is in China. And he, some people were like, oh, it's just Ai Weiwei, or, I don't know. But Liu Ding gave a really interesting response, which is just to address the omnipresent lack of opportunities afforded to artists in China is to him institutional critique. The kind of confinement that you experience as an artist working in mainland China, to him, combating that is institutional critique. And his definition is this: an action, like an address of systemic failures. And I think that echoes Fraser's appeal to define institutional critique as a methodology rather than simply as work addressing institutions. So central to any conversation about the critique and evolution of institutions is decolonization. And decolonization is a word that's been used a lot in a lot of different contexts this week, and I'm going to offer some points and define some terms in order to fully grasp these concepts and how they relate to each other. Decolonial scholars see modernity as a very broad period that's characterized by Eurocentrism, and anthropocentrism, with the premise of the West and the premise of the human as central figures in history. The present is assumed as the most advanced moment in history, and there's a belief in the promise of the future. For the Stedelijk academic journal, Stedelijk Studies, I interviewed the decolonial scholar Rolando Vasquez Malken, and he wrapped up these thoughts in a really clear way. Modernity, from a decolonial perspective, corresponds to the Western model of civilization, which is anthropocentric in placing humans above the earth, and Eurocentric in centering the West in the now of history and the here of geography. And just to move further, several presentations this week have pointed out the fact that museums and colonization are natural bedfellows. The museum was created to house colonial spoils, and its very genesis was forged by looted artifacts. So how can the museum ever be decolonized if colonization sits in its DNA? And should we even try? This is something that I think came up yesterday or the day before. How are we going to do that? And I would argue, yeah, we should absolutely try, especially because decolonial practice is rooted in learning. It's rooted in recognizing your positionality in the world. It's not just the restitution of physical objects. And Vasquez says that a fundamental decolonial practice is acknowledging the positionality of our artistic practices and institutions by recognizing our position in relation to the modern and colonial divide. So in the Stedelijk Studies article, he suggests to ask ourselves, in a kind of more practice-oriented manner for people who make exhibitions or make artwork, who is speaking in this exhibition? With whose eyes are we seeing? Who is the exhibition for? Who are its publics? What are we expecting to produce as artists, curators, critics, or institutions? Are we reproducing the Western-centric gaze, the white gaze, or are we positioning it, humbling it to knowledge, humbling it to acknowledge other perspectives? Are we reinforcing the colonial difference, or are we undoing it? And this is a image of the slavery exhibition at Rijksmuseum, which was a very huge achievement by Rijksmuseum that was launched during COVID in 2020. So I'll briefly touch on David Joslett's new book, Art's Properties, in which he expands the framework of colonial dispossession within the art museum in a new way to think through the politics of inclusion and representation, again, central to any understanding of institutional critique as well as commodification. So museum is a site of inclusion through dispossession, he writes. And so I'm going to unpack this in the next slides. Even as a native English speaker, when I first heard this, I was like, what the hell does that mean? So he uses the example of the Native American people who did not have the concept of land ownership before the colonial settling of their land in North America. Yet European settlers ascribed ownership to Native Americans in order for them to be forced to sell their land. So they were invited into a system that favors those who created it in order to deprive them of their property. So once something becomes property, it becomes alienable. It can be divorced from its rightful owner. And this ranges from land rights to artworks, such as the Benin bronzes, or even a contemporary painting or an idea. And within the contemporary art context, there are repeated calls for the increased representation of people who have been historically representationally marginalized, and rightfully so. Joslett's thinking problematizes this notion of representation and inclusion a little bit. That's because representation consists of the image of something And while representation is generally thought of as positive in the art world context, it's also an aesthetic and political strategy. Within the context of government, representation is always a contradictory effort. So you see here the drawing of Jacques-Louis David, The Oath of the Tennis Court, and this is meant to depict the people. But the actual empirical representation of the people, whether in a democracy, in any manifestation, it's impossible to actually represent every person. So all democracies, all representations of people are going to have arbitrary elisions. Not everyone can be included. So who actually is included in this drawing certainly doesn't include any women, certainly doesn't include any people of color. And so who the people is then is a very, very distilled and reduced, almost violent subsection. And this would be called a constituent moment by Joslin using the terminology of Jason A. Frank. And so bringing these ideas back to the museum, Joslin posits that the museum is a site of montage, a place where various elements come together. And within the context of the encyclopedic or world museums, such as the Louvre or the Met, representation is a technique of dispossession through inclusion. And dispossession, again, just means the taking away of someone else's property. So this means that the objects and artifacts that the museum houses were looted from their original context and are given the category of art only when they are ripped from their creators, made into property, and included in the museum. So if that's how this relates to the encyclopedic museum, how does this apply to contemporary art where a creator actually has, to some extent, control over where their work is sold? First, we see the problematization of the terms representation and inclusion as it reveals that the simple invitation of those people who are representationally marginalized isn't fixed by just including them. So rather, there's a risk of exploitation, and this change is needed on a more structural scale. So this could be in line, again, with this kind of sense of infrastructural politics and the third wave of institutional critique. So where do we go from here? I wanted to close, wrap up by thinking through a few different strands of thought and trying out some new provocations for solutions to some of the problems facing contemporary institutions today. Some of them are more concise, some of them are more non sequitur than others, and I hope that we can have a lively conversation after this. So this is the solution posited by Joslin in Arts Properties, and as an institutional curator, I find this a little bit weird, but he has this theory called history in reverse, which suggests to get rid of curatorial staffs in museums and to make the museum an open archive that is directly usable by the populace. So he's not a practice guy, in the words of Vida. And so, yeah, he likens this to a search engine that gives the viewer agency through its activation. And he uses the Boijmans van Beuningen depot in Rotterdam as an interesting example of this. I find this a very, very curated experience, and also one that doesn't have a sense of openness to me. So he did actually visit Boijmans, but it's such a strange experience, and I don't think that you get a lot out of, it's more of an app experience than an experience looking at artwork. I also am really interested in the Pontus Hultén machine that had a similar purpose that he developed, I believe, in the 60s and 70s, maybe for Moderne Museets and Centre Pompidou. And Jocelyn also talks about open archives being present at Documenta. And the sheer amount of archives and diagrams and mind maps and exhibits made it just impossible to enter all of them. So no single viewer could actually properly see the whole complete exhibition. And I don't find that bad, actually. And also, as a video curator who curates very, long shows in terms of duration, I wouldn't expect anyone to have a complete experience. But Jocelyn makes a really interesting point that within Documenta 15, the idea of representation is undermined by suggesting that no single representation is adequate. So the viewer has to take responsibility for its own reading, to produce a reading of the material on their own terms. So to him, archives don't represent, and the viewer has to draw a representation out of the multiplicity of the archive. I would also just push back on that a little bit, because at the same time, I don't know how many of you saw Documenta, but I love Documenta, but then what is the use value of some of these mind maps? It's like they are really pretty illegible. And I really spent a lot of time there. I think I spent more time in that Documenta than any before. And the mind maps were something where I'm like, okay, I don't get it. It's not meant to be read. And mediation is actually something that's very democratic. So I'm currently thinking through that right now. What does an open archive mean to a kind of use value for viewers? So solution/provocation 2. Stop trying to mirror constituencies. I hear a lot. It's just a very common talking point for museum stakeholders to desire to mirror their constituencies, whether the mayor, alderwoman, museum directors, et cetera, et cetera. They want to reproduce the conditions of the city within the museum and use this logic as a reason for the inclusion of representationally marginalized people. And this was discussed at a conference earlier this year at Louisiana Museum called The Politics and Poetics of Curating. And the current directors of Hamburger Bahnhof were saying, we want to make our institution less white and invite more people of color from various backgrounds to show in the museum. And the erstwhile director of Tate Modern, Francis Morris, made a very interesting point that directly reproducing the conditions of the city would actually be incredibly dystopian, which I found really interesting. And her point was, if you want to really mirror constituencies, then you'd have to invite racists and misogynists to have exhibitions, right? You don't want that. You don't want an exact one-to-one representation of the city. And rather using the exact populace as a guide, why not create the change that you want to see? Why does it have to exactly mirror your constituency? Solution, provocation 3. Property is content and methodology. There are many artists making work about dispossession and the functions of the museum, and this also, I think, ties back to the work of second-wave institutional critique artists, such as Zoe Leonard, such as Mark Dion, thinking through the history of the institution. I also wanted to highlight the work of the Mayan artist Edgar Kalel, who does not sell his work. So I believe that he participates in art fairs. He also sold a work to Tate Modern recently, but he sold custodianship of the work for 13 years. So in terms of thinking through the ownership model, it's actually, not actually existing in this commodity system. And after 13 years, he can potentially take work back from the Tate into his own ownership. And then, yeah, I don't know how I am on time, actually. It's a very nice twirl by Arkadiusz. So the last kind of, or second to last kind of provocation was inspired by my time in Poland this week. As I've been thinking through the kind of seismic changes in the Polish art world. The last time I was here was about 10 years ago. And, you know, thinking about the shift of state ownership in the museum and how we're in this strange moment today in which state museums are most imperiled with, you know, in terms of censorship and in terms of enacting political, right political narratives. And freedom of speech is opened more by private institutions and private ventures. I was talking to Anda Rothenberg about her radio show, and I was like, "Wow, you can say all this on the radio?" And she was like, "Oh, honey, it's private radio." So I find that really fascinating. And of course, the downside of a private sphere is then you're beholden to, you know, market forces. So that's something also I would really like to think through and maybe talk through with you in this really specific context of Poland. And this, of course, is an inversion of what we may have expected in earlier moments in history and also maybe in different parts of the world. You know, now increasingly we might have to rely on the charity of individuals to protect our freedom of speech. Yeah, so last but not least, there's always the option of the total abolition of the museum. I would rather argue for an evolution of the museum to a more equitable standard. And the creation of new museums, as we've seen in so many of the inspiring presentations that we've seen this week. But yeah, it's always an option. This is the poor Austrian motorcycle museum on fire, but they've rebuilt since then. And then if I'm happy to receive any and all like research tips or conversations or artworks, please feel free to email me and get in touch. If you're in Amsterdam, I'm there. Give me a shout. Thank you.
I should also mention that Karen came here like literally a few weeks after giving birth to a child. So, I mean, thank you for this. This is amazing. And shows, well, thank you very much for the talk. And now we open the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would just like to make a remark. I was just checking here. The city where I live, in the center of Brazil, close to Brasilia, has 1.4 million inhabitants. And that's it. We don't really have functioning museums. We have one commercial gallery whose owners are proud to say, we are actually not an art gallery. We originated from my father's store, who used to sell paper and brushes and things like that. And now one major gallery which opened this year by Almeida Dale, which is a huge conglomerate of galleries from São Paulo and Minas Gerais. So it's kind of, I don't know even how to phrase it, but it's kind of weird for me to listen and to think about how important it is to deconstruct museums when there are places in the world where we still don't have them. And because we don't have them, we also don't have an educated audience. So also to think about, let's work without having curators or people thinking about how we are going to show our pieces and what kind of narrative we would like to elaborate with our pieces. It's also very weird. So I just wanted to make this comment because a part of the residue of the colonial history is this unbalanced equation where you have places where you have so much and places where we could count on a little bit of it.
I totally agree. I totally agree. That's a really good point. I'm participating in this para-academic institution called Janana Pravaha in Mumbai. And there have been quite a few talks on institutions and institutional critique. And one of the participants who lives in Mumbai also made the point of historicization in some contexts can be a privilege. And also the access to institutions, in India today, for example, is very limited and also mostly based on private wealth and private wealth that has created institutions to showcase their collections. And at the same time, the Indian state is kind of competing to be the seat of contemporary art in Southeast Asia. So it is a very interesting kind of difference in development, and also, as you say, part of a kind of colonial trajectory to see who gets access to institutions and who doesn't. Also in China, where I've worked quite a lot, the nature of institutions has changed dramatically, just from, the censorship present and need for self-censorship, and then what is possible, and then also, just socially, the whole art world moving further and further south, and now in Hong Kong, they're also facing the censorship that you would have expected in mainland China. But yeah, that's a very good point. I appreciate that.
Is this on? Yeah. Thank you for your talk. Okay. I have a question about this notion of the anti-aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be twofold. The first part is going to be quite technical. The second part is going to be a bit more open. So one of my favorite parts of your talk was where you talked briefly about this Michael Asher work and actually the experiential sort of aesthetic affordances of it. And well, that made me think, because there's this notion of the anti-aesthetic, which comes from Hal Foster in the 80s when he was theorizing what he called critical postmodernism, in which kind of what's now institutional critique was included. So within a sort of very American historiography, where institutional critique came out of conceptual art, which was responding to sort of specifically Greenbergian modernism, this somehow makes sense and holds up, right? At the same time, some of the more recent examples you've shown make me think that isn't it necessary to sort of revise that historiography and look back at some historical examples of institutional critique and realize that they weren't that anti-aesthetic at all, right? I mean, you could make this case for some of, maybe Hans Hage's graphs, whatever, but not the Michael Asher work, as you yourself have shown, not, Marcel Rotas' Musée des Aigles or whatever. So, yeah, I don't see this work of practitioners like Clarayani and Yu Ding as more or less aesthetic than their predecessors in that sense. Especially not the Clarayani work, which is actually very minimalist in some ways, right? So there's different, was there ever a really, you know, anti-aesthetic valence to this historical work, and shouldn't we revise that instead of sort of saying that these new practitioners undo that dichotomy? Second part, more open, is how does this anti-aesthetic notion relate to this critique of in a representation that you've engaged with, right? I can see that there are some affinities there maybe, but it would be interesting to hear you talk about that more.
Are you the guy who did the presentation on institutional critique in the morning? I'm sorry I missed your talk. I was finishing mine. I'll just respond to the first question first. I think that it's totally right that it's right to question whether these practices were actually truly anti-aesthetic and what that means also in terms of video. And I thought that was actually included into the presentation, and especially with my comment that they all work with Marian Goodman or Tanya Bonakdar, or you know, everything is commodifiable. And also, you know, in the book I use this quote by Mark Fisher: it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point in terms of just in which order that comes in, like whether you should revise the historiography or, you know, in terms of what I've done is I've really picked apart this definition of Fraser, and it's because I love Andrea Fraser. I love her work, I love her writing, I have access to her as a person, I talk to her frequently. And I feel maybe a little bit bad that I've picked apart her definition so much, but I also wanted to add the caveat that I'm giving that definition a lot of power too. Like, and I don't know if that's right. And the way in which my research is expanding right now, also I'm writing a dissertation at the University of Amsterdam, is really thinking through what is a truly decolonial approach to institutional critique if the museum is rooted in colonialism itself. So what does that look like? And that might also affect my methodology. I'm not really sure yet, I've just started. But I take your point, it's an interesting point. And you know, I'm American, I do work at the Stedelijk, so I do speak Dutch. But my education is also very American, and I do see this as a pretty American history with some exceptions in Europe, but even Hans Haacke lived in New York. So yeah, and then your second part of your question, I forget already, I'm sorry.
The anti-aesthetic and sort of the critique of representation.
Yeah, I think it has, these are things that I'm really currently thinking through right now, and I think that in terms of thinking through the anti-aesthetic strategy, all of these are comments on the commodity status of the art object. And so it's all this kind of skepticism toward creating a commodity out of the art object, but then I'm also kind of arguing for commodities to a certain extent. For example, this Clara Yanni drawing, or certain practices that do actually involve art objects. But yeah, that's something that I guess I'm still thinking through. If you have ideas, I'm happy to hear them.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to bounce on the suggestion that, you know, for you, the decolonizing of the institution was a decolonizing, decompartmentalization of the mindset and so on. But unfortunately, we use phraseology, taxonomy, languages that are the instruments of colonization. And what struck me also is the parallel you made when you showed the colonization of the American natives between property and colonization, colonial spirit, and culture and colonization have got the same root, etymologically and so on. And we are using to decolonize our discourses, written language as art critic or, philosophers and so on. And we should be aware that, language itself was the first instrument of separation in humankind. We associate to what is the most noble, creation and transmission of culture, of our civilizations and so on. But language, the first Akkadian tablets, were used not to write a love letter or a philosophical text, but to inscribe cadastre, to inscribe property. And so we can also say that what is the most beautiful things in human civilization is linked to writing and language, but also the words, because it became the separation. First, man from the rest of the planet, and then the division of languages, cultures, religions, all the wars that we have been through in the last thousands of years. We've been using essentially language and essentially to record property. And we're part of that. And so it's very difficult, we, the civilization of language and of separation, to decolonize our minds. I think it's a very difficult endeavor. I don't know how would you react to that, but it was just triggered by the slide that you showed to us.
I think it's a very, very interesting and important point. It also kind of gave me this physical response where I'm like, oh my God, I have to deal with that too. But I think that this project, because it's so wide-reaching, sometimes I've had to make choices. I also, for a long time, was looking at education in the prison system and various types of institutions. One of my mentors actually told me to stop, just like stick with the art institution and that's it. And I didn't. I actually did, look a lot at different types of institutions and institutionality, instituent practices, the creation of institutions. So that's also why I think that this is becoming a dissertation rather than a group exhibition. And comments like yours, also help me broaden and direct the research at the same time. So thank you. Maybe we can talk afterward a bit about where even to start with that.
Is this on? Yes. Hi, thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed your talk. I just wanted to give you an idea of what happens actually in a decolonizing country, because I've been living in Johannesburg for the last 55 years. And since the end of apartheid, everybody has made a big effort to try various ways to decolonize the museums and things. We have very few art museums. In Johannesburg, there's one state-run museum, which is now, it's just been absolutely trashed. The roof is leaking, the artworks are being damaged. There's basically nothing left to save. This is not just European culture. There was a lot of European culture in the museum, but there's stuff that has been collected from African artists and African culture. And the only place that these things are now being maintained in any way and beautifully labeled and properly thought about are in the universities. So the state has just washed their hands of it. And there is nothing left for the general public unless some of the universities actually charge entrance fees, which makes it non-democratic altogether. And then you have the odd museum, like the Wits Art Museum, for example, has very good collection, and they put on very good engaging and multinational kind of multilinguistic inter-engagements with the people that come in, and they do programs with the children. But it's like a lone little candle. And Johannesburg is a city of it's about 6.5 million to 8 million people now, because they've got so many illegal immigrants coming and they can't keep track of everyone. So it's almost as though the museum itself is a vanishing concept. And for me, I don't care how unevolved the museums are here. I love going to them, just because I don't have access to them at home. So it's to me, what you're discussing now is a very first world problem. And I don't know how you would actually even cope with looking at what we should do in a situation like South Africa. It seems very hopeless.
And then, like the Zeitz MoCA, for example, is a private institution.
Yeah. It's private and it's expensive.
Well, it sounds like a lot of what's happening also in China and Brazil, that it's this kind of private nature of the institution that's evolved to in almost this faux democratic structure.
Yeah, to fill the gap.
Yeah, I wonder also what the admission fees are like for some of these institutions.
Well, the ones that are sort of seen as public institutions, which are actually private, I think twice before going there because they're expensive. I can waive my AICA card. They didn't even want to take my AICA card. I had to argue with them. So, but you know, I find them expensive, and I'm an employed person, so it's just a closed book to most of the population to rely on those kind of institutions. And it also makes me worry about this thing to repatriate the Benin bronzes to Nigeria. They wouldn't be seen by anybody.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, it's not a democratic country. And
I think that one of the argues about restitution, of course, Stedelijk has recently gone through an incredibly long restitution case with the Kandinsky that was actually returned to the Loewenstein family recently. And the restitution argument is not so much where should it belong and who has access to it, because of course in that framework a work of art is always beneficial in the public's hands. But the argument is, but it's mine, so what? And I actually agree with that. Because if it is someone else's, it's someone else's, and there's an absolute quality to that, in my opinion. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but if it's looted, and it deserves to go back to where it was looted from.
I'm sorry, I'll just note, after this contribution, we'll have to wrap up also because Karen has to make it to the airport on time. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you very much for this very long and interesting presentation. Many things to unpack. I just want to add something and then also ask you a question. So I'm speaking, let's say, from the periphery. I'm based in Athens, in Greece, and I did my master's thesis on institutional critique. And I try, after, the first wave, second wave, I tried to apply the same methodology, let's say, or criteria in my my periphery. And it was not easy or almost not possible because I was researching 60s and 70s, first wave, let's say, in a country that was under a dictatorship during that time, had no institutions. It was actually the opposite, so there was no way to critique something that's not there. So also in terms of language and translation, institutional is translated like in a word that means anything that is established. So the only thing I could find that was established and was critiqued during that time was not an art institution, was a social institution. For example, institutions like patriarchy, and this was something stable that could be critiqued during that time. So I did not have anything tangible as an institution because there wasn't, but there was some critique done to something that has already been there, which was an intangible institution, let's say. And so everyone told me like, okay, this is it, you cannot touch like the third wave because, you don't know, this is happening as you write, third wave is happening now, so how do you know what is an institution now? So I stopped at this second wave stops. So my question for you is like, how can we talk about the third wave at this moment where I'm not sure what is an institution, and also what is an institution in the US? It's not necessarily in a peripheral country like the one I am, or in another country that was mentioned, for example, that in Brazil that may even not have this type of wall institution. I mean, this is a very broad concept, so I don't know how can we talk about the third wave if we don't know what we are critiquing at this point.
Yeah, that's super interesting to hear about your experience as well. I would say that for me, like my book After Institutions, and also the idea of applying the principles of institutional critique globally, is a bit of an exercise. So I wouldn't say that it's like a really specific, historiography that I'm writing in the moment, in the present day. But I think that the intergenerational play is super fascinating. For example, Luke Willis Thompson, referencing Adrian Piper, or Cameron Rowland working with Louise Lawler, Park MacArthur working with Greg Bordowitz, these kinds of different people coming from very different backgrounds, using some of the similar tropes. Like, that's what I'm interested in. And then, in terms of a third wave, I don't really very, very clearly define when it starts and ends. I would think sometime around the recession would make sense. Excuse me, like in 2008, because the face of institutions have changed so much. And so thank you. I think that it's worth it to see, I really talk about neoliberalization and how the entrepreneurial character has been forced onto institutions, and how this is a different phase than, let's say, the institution in a more Fordist moment. But yeah, the answer is that I haven't really super tried to do that, and I don't know.
Thank you very much, and let's give another round of applause.
Thank you.
Since the last panel of this day, except for the evening discussion, is pretty lightweight, I think we're very good on time, and we can enjoy the coffee break until 4:15. And afterwards we gather here, 4:15 sharp, we are starting. Thank you.
One moment. Yes. I just need to check something like this. It's Anna Lucia Beck. Lucia. Not Lucia.
No, not Lucia.
Yes. So you came a long way from Brazil to Poland. From which city? From which city in Brazil?
From Goiânia.
Oh, you mentioned the name.
Yeah, it's in the center of Brazil.
Yes. With no museum.
Hardly.
So where do you work right now?
At the university.
At the university.
Yeah, so they have two galleries.
Yeah.
But I'm there only for less than 2 years. So I'm beginning to comprehend how much these two galleries really are accessible to bigger audiences outside the university, so to speak.
But that's great that the university has.
Yes, it must have, because otherwise it wouldn't work.
This is just fine arts.
Yeah, fine arts department.
So the artists are placed work here?
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
So it sounds good.
Yeah, it's not at all bad.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yes. First, I need to put it back on the desk.
It's a pleasure to meet. I will be chairing the session. I want to ask how to properly pronounce your surname. Arapoglu. Kirak Arapoglu. Yes. Great, thank you.
Is this yours?
No, it's not mine. And I have this idea to have the question for you after you can. Not at the very end, but after you can.
Okay, great.
Not at the very end, but 1 minute, 2 questions. And you're supposed to speak for 15 minutes, but I will stop you after 20, okay?
Ah, great, okay. Great. I will talk about the role of the art critic, and especially I will start with the 2012 discussion about quitting as an art critic of David Hickey from the United States. And then I will follow with some Turkish art writers, and then how to achieve this system in this capitalist modernity and role of art.
I've read the synopsis of your text, of your presentation, but you plan to change a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fine. That's up to you.
Great, thank you.
And your bibliographies, all your bibliographies are very rich, but I am going to squeeze only some information from the bio. I'm not going to read the whole bio. It will take 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, of course, please.
I will just squeeze some basic information.
Okay. I'm an assistant professor, an art historian, art critic.
Yeah, when I will be introducing you.
Okay.
And you don't have any notes to...
No. I'm the first speaker, I think not. No. Second.
Yes. And you have a little device in your name.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. pracy pierwszej.
I co jeszcze?
Słucham? Chyba 10 minut, albo 15.
Ile czasu?
15 minut, czyli... A jest teraz dopiero? No myślę, że bardziej do 10.
Zostawiłam tam ale raczej myślę, że tego nie zrobię.
A kiedy mamy tam siedzieć?
Pogadajmy się, w sensie,
Jak się zgłoszą do kogokolwiek, to człowiek będzie szukał.
I ja tutaj przekażę prosimy, gdzie są rzeczy,
pod stołem. Jak skończę to wszystko, to po prostu złożyć te rzeczy i zabrać do składnika.
Tak. A cała reszta jest już zniesiona. Tam zostały podane rzeczy i one są do soboty, więc po prostu trzeba powiedzieć, ile ci na lunch i ile ty masz szybko.
A co nie? Trzeba iść że nie musi być od dzisiaj do jutra.
Tak, tak, ale ja nie sądzę, że to oni się nagle odwiedli.
No dobra, to dziwne.
Bo też są mocno spóźnieni, ale no zostawiam już
Płacone,
Czyli podsumowując, i ja mogę jechać.
Podsumowując jeszcze przy ulewu.
Tak, tak. Było bardzo dziękowanie ze strony. Dziękuję Ci bardzo.
Zobaczymy się wkrótce, jak wszystko pójdzie dobrze w Gdańsku. Tym razem? Tak, chcemy to mam nadzieję, że uda mi się. No bo wiesz, to są chorobowe i takie. A mam nadzieję, że wszystko będzie dobrze.
Czy to jest Pana telefon?
To jest mój?
Właśnie pytam.
O, chyba się
Dobrze. Is this coat yours? The leather one on the chair?
A coat? No.
No. Oh. Whose is it? Pan może wie? Czy ja to...
Niech zostanie, bo może wiem. Ta pani z Brazylii, która będzie.
Aha, czyli to ona, która sobie już
tak,
przyniosła
tak.
rzeczy. Dobrze. No to niech leżą. No, chodziło mi o to, żeby dla niej tutaj dać więcej.
Czy toaleta jest na tym poziomie, czy trzeba
Tak, jest. Jak pan przejdzie prosto i skręci w prawo przy schodach, to trzeba wejść na górę do męskiej.
well, I took my art history test 5 days after the C-section, so and grade school. I'm standing up with you because I don't love you.
No, don't worry, I'm just testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
You have to sort of be in the middle.
Do I?
You got me in the middle of those two. Not politically in the middle of the two things.
Yeah, but being in the middle is fine by me.
Stereo kind of what is happening. It sort of hit you can't. I always like 45 degrees off the podium. You may think right.
But they have time to go here.
Right.
And
people who get elected.
No ja nie wiem, jak nie chcę przeprosić. Bo pani jest pani tutaj ostatnia, więc jeżeli pani nie chce siedzieć tutaj, to jest pani decyzja. Może ja jednak usiądę przy speakerze, bo ja będę musiał zatrzymywać. Znaczy, tak, ale to żeby was zatrzymywać. Do 20 minut. Chociaż powinienem was... Ja wiem. Tam są mikrofony z waszej strony, jakbyście chcieli, nie? Halo.
present.
You would be starting, would you like to stand up or you prefer to sit?
No, I can stand up.
Because you need the computer to operate the PowerPoint.
Oh,
right?
I thought it was going to be with electronics, which is new technology. But that's not a problem.
If you needed the computer next to you.
Cups outside. Glasses. Please leave glasses and cups outside. Thank you. Yes, I am. I am.
I'm going to, don't start, I'm going to introduce you first, okay? Because I see that you're very energetic and ready to go.
Okay, so this is the remote. You don't have to point anywhere, you just have to click.
We would like to start in a moment, please, so may I ask you to take your seats?
You may ask.
So take the seat, please.
Take the seat, please.
Shall we start? Yes. Do you want me to start right now? Okay. My name is Paweł Leszkowicz. I am Polish. I am from Poland. I am an academic art historian and a freelance curator. And my pleasure is to chair the session with a very elusive and broad subject, the role of the critic. Yeah, so we have 3 participants in the session. Speaker from Brazil, from Turkey, Istanbul, who is still not here, and from Poland. So international crew is going to present to you the perspective on the role of the critic. And the first person that I am honored to introduce came to Poland from Brazil, Ana Lucia Beck, who specializes in literary study, in comparative literature, and in art history. Her main research interest is in the relationship between art and literature, and she teaches at the university in Brazil, in the Federal University of Goiás, in the Fine Arts Department. So, Lucia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to take part at the AICA Congress in person for the first time since the harsh pandemic we faced. I hope my considerations might contribute to our discussions around our fields, infrastructures, and I would also like to thank the organizers for this splendid program. Due to time constraints, I'm presenting a short version of a paper I would like to publish in our proceedings. I hope we will have them. This is also an English version of different chapters I've published in Brazil lately, in which I have been considering artworks related to the Afro-Brazilian diaspora. I would like to start looking back to Diderot, and I quote, "I don't know what to say about this man. Degradation of taste, color, composition, character, expression, and drawing have kept pace with moral depravity. What can we expect the artist to throw onto the canvas? What he has in his imagination. And what can be in the imagination of a man who spends his life with prostitutes of the basest kind? The grace of his shepherdesses is the grace of Madame Fauvard in Rosencollat. That of his goddesses is borrowed from La Deschamps. We are dealing not so much with the pictures of a rational being as with the dreams of a madman. I'd say this man has no conception of true grace. I'd say he's never encountered truth. I'd say The ideas of delicacy, forthrightness, innocence, and simplicity have become almost foreign to him. I'd say he's never for a single instant seen nature, at least not the one made to interest my soul, yours, that of a well-born child, that of a sensitive woman. I'd say he is without taste. This famous yet infamous reading of the paintings presented by François Boucher in 1765, Parisian Saloon, has always caught my attention due to the strong moral undertone we identify in Diderot's thought, which also structured his writings on art. That the critic insisted in moralizing by judging the man of the artist rather than the artwork is very well known and can be clearly recognized in this passage. Nevertheless, I would like us to contrast Diderot's passage to the paintings presented by the artists in the Salon. The pastoral scenes, La Jardinière endormie and L'Offrande à la Villageoise, here on display. In doing such, we cannot identify any resemblance between the critique and the paintings. However, if we know other pieces produced by Boucher by that time, paintings which might have been of Diderot's knowledge, like the Brunette Odalisque, we could still today justify Diderot's view on Boucher to some degree, especially if we choose to operate with the notions of good and bad taste. Somehow, I have the impression that nowadays we feel comfortable with the idea that art criticism has surpassed the moral compass, or so we wished. I do not intend to present an exhaustive examination of this case, but rather depart from it to think about two subjects. The first of them being the decolonial debate in the Brazilian contemporary art scene, and the second one being some pieces produced by Sergio Adriano, which, as I understand them, are pivotal reminders of the endless task of art critique. That is, never to forget we operate with language. Never to forget we shouldn't take verbal language for granted. Never to forget a critic shouldn't simply think that an image is more valuable than 1,000 words. Which words? Firstly, over the last decade, the Brazilian art scene has been questioning itself in regard to how much it includes and praises visual art productions that do not operate on or do not tell histories according to European art history, and notions such as style, movement, schools, or periods. This concern towards a more inclusive and diverse representation of art has been seen in museums like the São Paulo Art Museum, MASP, which has been promoting exhibitions and artists of Afro ascent, as well as women artists and productions by native peoples. One significant example of this was the exhibition Afro-Atlantic Histories in 2018, curated by Adriano Pedrosa, who has been appointed the curator for next year's Venice Biennale. Afro-Atlantic Histories granted visibility to pieces produced in different places and times, including contemporary art. In this first view of the exhibition's entrance, we can see a work on paper by Maxwell Alexandre to the left, in contrast with a French tapestry from the 17th century from the series Small India. The pieces in the exhibition relate to Conduro's definition of Afro-Brazilian art, that is to say, visual art productions related then, as nowadays, to the diaspora from Africa to Brazil. Only in the case of Afro-Atlantic histories, this perspective is amplified throughout the American continent. In this second image, we can see portraits by artists like Theodore Géricault and José Correia de Lima. These are part of the museum's collection, which are in the wall to the right, in contrast with a sculpture produced by Flávio Cerqueira in 2015. As Pedrosa stated in the exhibition's catalogue, as a museum located in the Global South, possessing what is considered to be the most important collection of European art in the Southern Hemisphere, MASP is in a privileged position to question the primacy of the canon. It is perhaps the only museum outside Euro-America that actually holds fine examples of the European canon and thus can attempt to challenge it or decolonize it, a term that can have quite different connotations in various contexts and perhaps should in fact be understood as context-specific, ever-shifting. Despite such appraisable initiatives, one has the impression that the use of the term decolonial or decolonization has been bombarded in our art scene as a more or less taken for granted expression, an undisputed, unquestioned notion. Even worse, one which does not have to be clarified by the critic through a more relevant analysis of artworks. It seems some critics operate like Diderot did, which means, and please apologize me for phrasing it like this, it does more or less suffice for an artist to be of Afro ascent for his or her production to be considered or labeled as decolonial. What I mean is that many times this acknowledgement is justified in the same manner Diderot did by praising the man rather than the work. That is, one cannot deny that stating that a work of art is relevant for the decolonial debate is at times a statement with profound moral bias. Therefore, the moral perspective, it's good to be decolonial, of the artwork is stated, yet not clarified. I do not intend to question the relevance of the decolonial debate for our society, historical time, and art scene. However, I do wonder how much effort we've made in thinking in a less moralistic, not to be mistaken with ethical manner, about certain productions, which would enable us, therefore, to elaborate more meaningful understanding of what could be considered decolonial art or not. This means that if we intend to be more inclusive and diverse, the decolonial aspect in decolonial art should be investigated further, enabling us to operate beyond the theme of an artwork or the race, color, gender, or ethnicity of an artist. There has to be more on the table than labeling the artwork by stating the artist's origin in the process. No, sorry. No, it's right. It is on that note that I would like to introduce to you Sérgio Adriano. Born in the southern state of Santa Catarina, a region in Brazil where the population of African ascent is more scarce than in states like Bahia, Sérgio is one example of a subject who faced different prejudices and difficulties while growing up, many of them determined by his looks and skin color. Furthermore, Sérgio produces pieces considering his own experiences of being a black person in Brazil as relevant for a broader audience, since the roots of prejudice are ever present, although assumed by many as not existing in Brazilian society. Sérgio Adriano has been showing a robust and meaningful production, working with performances, photography, actions, and objects. The artist operates on a wide range of media and techniques. His art pieces quote, revisit, repurpose, and question not only Afro-Brazilians' contemporary social status and the aftermath of colonial and enslavement history, but how these intertwine in modes of visual and verbal discourses. In the image, we can see a photograph originated from a public performance. In The Place I Don't Belong To, from 2018, the artist positions himself inside a caged rubbish bin, a model one can easily see in sidewalks in Brazil, built by residents to prevent rubbish to be placed on the sidewalks. Sérgio Adriano poses inside in a position that resembles the one enslaved people had to position themselves when being physically punished. The image bluntly reminds us of the way many Brazilians see black people, nothing more than rubbish, not even second-class citizens. In another image from the same series, we see the artist positioning himself on the base of a former sculpture. Unlike the many beautiful and well-preserved statues we see around the city in Krakow, many bronze sculptures placed in public spaces in Brazil are stolen due to the commercial value of their minerals. So we see many such empty sculptures bases in Brazilian parks and squares. This one is situated 400 meters away from Largo da Memória, the former entrance for the city of São Paulo, close to nowadays Vale do Anhangabaú, a name said to be derived from the Tupi language designating poisonous waters due to the high presence of iron in it. At Anhangabaú, a weekly slave trade took place. Hence, the artist charted the squares and public spaces of the region, identifying the lack of monuments, which should remind us of this chapter in history. So places, dates, locations, objects, books, and colonial furniture, as well as children's toys, are presented in Adriano's pieces in ways which, according to him, should make us think on how early history shapes nowadays Afro-Brazilians' lives, something we can recognize as well in the production of the Brazilian poet Carolina de Jesus. I will not be able to clarify this comparison now, but I will present it in the final version of this paper. Such comparisons enable us to understand how the places Afro-Brazilians see themselves being allowed into are a subjective construct that still resonates our colonial past. In similar ways, as one is invited to acknowledge through his production, the ideas around Afro-Brazilians' contributions to arts and sciences have been erased from Brazilian history. Thus, books salvaged from second-hand bookstores are cut, painted, modified in order to remind us about the missing information, the absence of Afro-Brazilians and their contributions to our history in encyclopedias, art history books, and so on. Books as a central and pivotal object in Adriano's oeuvre are also considered due to its historic connection to the notions of knowledge and truth. Yet Adriano goes further, and these are the pieces which interest me the most, when he invites us to think about how we buy and accept certain notions without ever thinking about them. This could be seen in the photographs from the series Taken Words, in which the artist presents these notions as reversed words formed by stems such as art and truth. It's undeniable that Sérgio Adriano is interested by the realm of verbal discourses and by the meaning of words, truth included. This opens an investigation on the socialized meaning of words that implicate prejudice. Terms like black, for instance, have an insistent appearance in his creations. I won't have the time here to develop it further, but this has implications to the way we create an imagination which has roots in racism, how these two walk hand in hand. Another piece worked around the manipulation and repurposed meaning of words is Aparador, or Sideboard, a work from 2023, made with an antique mirror frame and a cover of a book about Brazilian history, laser cut with the word Aparador. In Portuguese, the word can be decomposed as the artist does here, emphasizing the words para, which means for, and also relates to the verb parar, to stop or to halt, as well as to the word dor, pain. In Sonho, built with kids' toys and a cleaning cloth, the artist reflects on the future of Black children, wondering how much they are allowed to dream of a future. His most interesting pieces, however, are the ones where the artist makes us turn around to look at words facing how they have layers of meanings we should recognize and address to better understand how we look at and think about other people. This is central in the opposition of black and thread presented on both covers of a Caldas ao Leite dictionary for Brazilian Portuguese. So he's making us think about how these words interrelate and how we think about each one of them. Further revealing, and to conclude my presentation, is this work in which the artist takes the meanings of black out of the dictionary to confront them with words generated by an opposing thought. So the negative connotation of black is confronted with its opposite, a positive perspective built with other words which should be associated with black people. However, it's interesting to know that the negative version is printed in this huge version with the black background. And the positive one is in that tiny square with the white background. So when you take them out of that dimension, you have more or less this. The kind of relation the artist brings to light can be seen here in the translation I organized. So this is what he does. He takes the negative, he shows us the negative meanings of the word black as they are presented and have been presented in Brazilian dictionaries for decades, and he proposes another way of looking at that. So the kind of relation the artist brings to light can be seen here in this translation. To conclude, what I would like to suggest is that Sergio Adriano's production could be perceived through Martin Luther King Jr.'s thought. Reflecting on a much-needed emancipation of the black community in the late 50s and 60s, the activists considered that there was the need for a strong mind characterized by incisive thinking, realistic appraisal, and decisive judgment. The thought mind is sharp and penetrating, breaking through the crust of legends and myth and and sifting the true from the false. The tough-minded individual is astute and discerning. He has a strong, austere quality that makes for firmness of purpose and solidness of commitment. If we consider Sergio Adriano's production, especially the pieces where the craft with words are pivotal, or is pivotal, there's an invitation for us to work on a sharp mind, to work with a sharp mind, one that is able to look beyond the surface of given truth, one able to discern beyond labels. In my understanding, this invitation is addressed also to the critic, who ought to depart from it when passing the invitation along. Finally, shouldn't art critique always depart from the idea that it ought to be an invitation for everyone else to think about why we see the way we see, to think about why we think the way we do? Thank you.
Ana Lucia, thank you very much for introducing us. for introducing us to the works of Sergio Aldiana. I was also very glad to hear that Adriano Pedrosa is going to be the next curator of the Venice Biennial. I didn't know about it, so more Afro-Brazilian histories are going to be presented to us as well, I hope, during the biennial. So we have a moment for questions. So if you have any questions for Ana Lucia, this is the spot to do it.
This is the moment for me to answer in this nice voice on the microphone.
Yeah, there's one question here.
The second picture we've seen when Adriano Pedrosa is in the acting like a statue. There is somebody else in the photography. I just would like to know who he is. In the middle. There is a...
That's probably a homeless person.
That's okay.
Because
yeah.
In Brazil, especially in the downtown area of São Paulo, this is a region where we have a great deal of two types of people who live on the streets.
Okay.
The homeless and the drug addicts.
Okay, that's what I thought. And just going to add something, I hope that Brazilians are going to keep the word negro or negra as we do in Spain, and not try to find something else to replace it as they have done, but they're trying in the States. Thank you very much.
Yes, unfortunately, this is happening in Brazil because there is a. It's so important that our colleague from Holland spoke about not Luxembourg, the other. Yeah. He was talking about the problem of language by the end of the former presentation, because what happens in Brazil is that we import too much American products. Yeah, and that includes this discussion, which doesn't make sense in Brazilian Portuguese, because in English you have the word black, which resembles the color, and the word nigger, which has a totally bad connotation. But in Portuguese, you have negro is a quality.
No, I'm Spanish, sorry.
Yeah. So, but it is happening in Brazil, and I even in one of these chapters I wrote, I made a footnote saying why I was using the word negro and not the word preto, because many people in Brazil are shifting it, which is... Preto is the color, so your jacket is preto. But when you are talking about a quality of something that has more depth to it, like a pearl, a black pearl in Portuguese is a pérola negra.
Yeah, but in Spanish, negro is the color and the person. We can make the difference.
Yeah, but in Portuguese we have this more wider vocabulary. And when we speak about the quality of Afro-Brazilian or African ascent culture, we have the word negritude.
Yes.
So this doesn't work with pretitude. Pretitude, blacktitude. Yeah, but it doesn't work in Portuguese.
The same word in French.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any more questions?
And how is it in Polish?
What do you mean?
Because I had a problem
Yes.
in translating a text.
Better with microphone, please.
Yes. I faced a problem in translating a text because in Poland, murzyn, which means negro, is now understood as not.
You can't say it.
You can't say it.
No.
It's improper.
Yes.
So how to translate the text I had, and so I was thinking, okay, Afro-American, because we have this from the States, but Afro-American is not this one, yeah. And in the end, but there was a lot of consultation that we will be using black simply. I mean, black czarnoskóry. Yeah, that we will be saying from the that it is more proper to say from the quality, from the color of skin of the person. Yeah, if we want to identify it, because Afro-American makes no sense in Polish. Yeah?
Well, so obviously, to relate to the subject of the session, the role of the art critic is to struggle with language. Yeah. And I am glad that we struggle with so many languages, not only with English. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
So now I have a pleasure to introduce someone that you probably know very well, because Firat Arapoglu is the current vice president of the International Association of Art Critics, he's from Istanbul, from Turkey, an art historian, critic, an independent curator from Istanbul, and a professor at Altinbas University. He also curated numerous exhibitions. I don't have time to quote all of them, but many of these exhibitions have been organized in Istanbul as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So first of all, let me remind one thing, because you know that after the Gezi resistance in Istanbul, so many philanthropists, so many urban planners and architects have been in jail for a long time. So sometimes I feel really bored to remind it regularly, but approximately 4 years now, the philanthropist Osman Kavala is in jail. And also another lawyer, Can Atalay, is in jail, but he is elected as a member of parliament from Turkish Workers' Party. But he's in jail as well against constitution of Turkish Republic. So that's a very big problem. So our power is that, so reminding and asking for solidarity. Thank you. And then today, Ali Artun, who is a very important person because he is the editor of İletişim Publishing in Turkey, and he translated or made translation very important books into Turkish. So that's why now the students of art history and students of fine art faculties, even of every department, they can find many important books into Turkish. Today he published an article about possible bribery of the former chief curator of Istanbul Modern, getting commission from acquisition some artworks from some specific galleries. So we are talking about Turkey, and I will talk about that, but from a different point of the role of the art critic. Maybe it's an old-fashioned discussion, but time to time I think we have to think about that. I think you remember well, in 2012, the most critical subjects on the agenda in the context of art criticism were the announcement of the critic, curator, professor, and art dealer, Dave Hickey, that he's quitting his duty as an art critic. And then the declaration of, it's news about that. And also the declaration of Sarah Thornton, that at that time she said she will no longer continue to be an art journalist. Many news articles, translated texts, and comments occurred in various media regarding the subject. You know that the David Hickey, the author of numerous catalog articles and essential books, reminds us of the bureaucratic structures that function in the world of exhibition, institutes, and art, has announced that art criticism has no more has the power on these. So though David Hickey quit art criticism, he never left his job as an art writer. Thornton also stated that she had no intention of leaving the art world, just she will only have a break in making news about the market. For Turkish art community, most significantly, the said subject turned out to be a rich discussion with the declaration of opposite or sometimes the same opinions, such as articles written by Serkan Özkaya, he's an artist, he lives in New York, and Ali Akay, he's a he's the head of the Department of Sociology in Istanbul, Mimar Sinan University, and also a member of AICA. And Cemal Ciyes, who is the editor of the art columns in Radical newspaper. Now the Radical newspaper closed. Yeah. And some journalists and art writers. They're all also a member of our foundation, Ahu Antmen, Ayşegül Sönmez, and Evrim Altuğ, and at the same time, the publication of Julian Stalabra's text regarding the topic, translated into Turkish, and Ali Artun wrote some articles about that. So at this point, I would like to share some cases that I observed within this period, my comments and suggestions. So we are facing the post-critical period. So as the art market was moving forward, interacting with history and criticism once, now there is a system of sense-making and evaluation which is out of market. Suppose all of these discussions are not evaluated through the institutionalization and the values of art, but assessed through individual or political positioning. In that case, this identification can be considered a reality depending on where the individual positions himself or herself. Hence, this takes us to the center of an epistemological discussion again. What is criticism and who is an art critic? Before that, maybe we should continue by putting the analysis of the association between art and institutionalism in the center. If we proceed through the idea of George Dickey, the work of art is the art because of the position it occupies within the context of institutionalism. Alternatively, if you consider what Arthur Danto said, the object becomes a work of art when the world of art decides that it is art. I guess that statements of Hickey and Thornton, and with the texts and opinions added, are proceeding in the axis of critics' position in the art world and his or her power. I think it's possible to assess this in two ways. A critic with the weakest power influences the public's opinion. With full power, he or she can decide whether or not the objects are works of art or not. But shortly, I think we have to confess that the first one continues its existence even a little bit, but the second wasn't realized. The art critic has no power to change the art world in which the art is being evaluated and explained through the market values. I think maybe Dave Hickey must have meant this when he stated that the art critic had no power. Some posits that the rendering of artwork and the activity, then it's within the boundaries of the history of art. This type of writing still exists in that case, but it cannot be called criticism. It would be more suitable to call him or her the art writer. An art critic, as a name and a figure trusted by the public by defining his or her subjective judgments, who defines his beautiful, ugly concepts and directs art, no longer has power among the market values. Some problems that I observed in this case, I'm talking about Turkey. The first one is the frequency of writing. The writing frequency of a writer is one of the topics. Making a living by writing continuously means a writing tempo having a dead end. Hence, this will cause the presentation of the repetition of the memorized thoughts rather than mounting an argument to enable the discussion of deep thoughts in the article. So when one of my friends, who is a member of AICA as well and an editor, requested me to write a readable and understandable text. She just means it's the risk of covering such superficial reading practices, because if you write a text that argues with deep and complicated thoughts, then the language in your writing will be as complicated as the thoughts. Gosh. So on the other hand, it should be considered that the visibility issue another problem. Writing for the mainstream media gives the writer's access to a reader community consisting of thousands of people, hence creates a more popular image. And I think some Turkish critics accept writing with low wages just for this reason, because the visibility creates a symbolic capital. So monthly or bi-monthly art journals are sector-specific journals. Naturally, their circulation is low. And funding for travel and other things that we face. If a newspaper or journal, I'm talking about not the academic journals, of course, the art journals, art magazines, doesn't finance its critic, and if the news is realized on the condition that the expenses are borne by the organizers of events, such as biennales and exhibitions, then such a case may make the critic writer hesitant, I think, because here the writer may not decide how he or she will act. This is one of the main problems of journalism, I think. I did realize an exhibition in Baku last year in December at Yarat Cultural Center, and I have a budget to invite two writers from Turkey. One of is Turkish, the other one who lives in Turkey, but he's American. And then some of the staff in Yarat asked me that, do we have to pay money for writers? So it's really disgusting to think about that. So I said that, come on, this is his and her duty to do that. So we can invite, of course, but that's it. So that's another, I think, it's not fair, it's not a good thing to talk about that. A realistic panorama has to be formed regarding the criticism of the present day, because it's observed that in quite different ways, various roles are being defined wrongly, and consequently, many concepts and job descriptions are being confused. Some realities are even still continue today. For instance, one of the focal points for an artist's career today is the news and critics, which will be written about him or her in the papers and journals. Let's end up by getting back to the Hickey's issue. At that time, I'm thinking that the loud mention of Hickey's quit had a little disturbing tone. So I'm thinking that, okay, you can withdrawal, but why you're shouting for that? Rather than a philosophical withdrawal, the quit's conversion to a tabloid photograph affects this issue. Of course, quitting announcement of an important figure like Hickey is a privilege, I know, but however, it will not be realistic to think that art market, which is rotating at an increasing rate within the wheels of the capitalist economy, will end because of the quitting of either Hickey or Thornton. So let's remember the arguments. In discussions about the origins of modernism and the death of criticism within postmodernism. A process in which the system is mainly dependent on agriculture and aristocracy, modernism proceeds in parallel with the possibility of a revolutionist rebellion against the current regime and new technological inventions. Perry Anderson ingeniously specified that it was natural that this period formed creative art movements one after another. All of these movements had frames of thought against the bourgeoisie. But nevertheless, today, though art protects its radical structure from time to time, it's become integrated into markets or dependent on the institutions. This is a state of being nested, just like the mentality of postmodernism. This is not a system suggestion of foregrounding the borders, but of going over the limits and the hybrid thought. So my time is okay?
Go on.
Thank you. So I will finish in a couple of minutes. So, even so, it's possible to determine the existence or returns of many concepts featured by postmodernism is hypothetical avoidances. Of course, we have to keep our hope. Ethical rules, the existence of the subject, fields of political struggle, and aesthetics. It is not possible to foreground in a modest manner what else can a critic do within the frame of this suffocating culture formed by the art market and its values in the capitalist economic regime, and within the discussions at the point of this modernism and postmodernism discussion. How can a critic manage this? Some suggestions, maybe we can say. The critic should obtain all his accumulation of knowledge from the public sphere. If he or she is only a part of the culture industry or inside the academy's walls in the university, his or her true ending will be defined there, I think. An art critic should neither show an elitist manner nor reveal his or her membership of a privileged social class. On the other hand, it became apparent within this discussion that this is just an illusion. Everyone can make criticism de facto. If such a case comes true, then remove all the others' names maybe and see that there will be no change in the meanings. So I'm thinking that sometimes I feel really like the mad of the village sometimes in the newspaper, in the art magazines sometimes, because gradually in the art magazines in Turkey, you can just confront with the featured articles and the interview too much. So that's why gradually we lost the real definition of criticism. Once Julian Stalabras put this problem very, very long time ago in Highlight Art's book, in his book. So it's a very big problem I observed. This is the actual death of the criticism, I think. If the critic speaks in a new middle-class language that reminds us of the victory of the market instead of the ethical values, then the critic and criticism have already died here. For my last words. Yeah. The last sentences. One of the mission of the art critic, maybe I'm an old school if such a mission is talked about, is to clarify the paradoxes of the system and hence to reveal how and where the administrator elite benefits from this. Walter Benjamin states that an art critic is the human of a strategic tactic. I don't want to personalize this subject.
Maybe some question will help you to clarify your thoughts.
Let me finish this image and I will translate it for you. I shot this slogan in the gathering of the Turkish Communist Party. Some youngers carrying this. Organized art cannot be imprisoned in market. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Firat, it was a lot. So, we have time for at least one question or one comment, please.
Maybe after all the...
No, now. Yes, there's a question at the very end.
Thank you for your paper and for raising all of these discussions, but it strikes me that it's more of a problem with mass media than art criticism. And I don't remember if both the Hickey articles were in the Daily Mail or only one of them, but this is more, I think, an issue about a kind of populist criticism of contemporary art and taking an opportunity to make an article to please the readership rather than anything more significant to do with art criticism. So I think it's a problem about mass media focusing on sensational kind of art rather than and overlooking the more interesting art and the more interesting art criticism that's taking place. But how we can fix that, I don't know.
Okay, so it's just a starting point for me to open up a discussion. And at that time also I wrote some short review in some newspapers. So the most interesting thing is that some of the really serious art critics followed this discussion in the mass media. So that's the problem, I think, because of, I mentioned a name of the newspaper called Radical. Radical is the second newspaper who belongs to the owner of the mass media company, Aydın Doğan. So Radical, when I was a university student, we laughed too much, so we said that the writers for the Radicals is Aydın Doğan's leftists. Because, so some leftist writers at that time wrote for that newspaper. So that's the problem, I think. The most important thing, as it seems to me, is that how really sometimes we can trust the opinions of some of our friends, but they prefer to be there. So it's a mass media problem. I agree with you, totally.
Okay, I think that we have to finish your part. I am very sorry about it. I think that when I think about your presentation, I think that we can say that the role of the art critic is never to quit, right? Never to quit. We can have our sabbaticals, our holidays, our interests in something else, but sooner or later we will go back to writing about art in the art market or despite the art market. So now Wiktoria Kozioł. I have a pleasure to present this young Polish art critic who is very influential and, according to me, controversial as well. She's associated with the Jagiellonian University here in Krakow. So Wiktoria is from Krakow. She also curated some exhibitions for the Museum of History of Photography in Krakow as well. So Wiktoria, the floor is yours and your vision on the role of the art critic.
Thank you. Well, I have, in comparison to over-experienced lecturers, now I will be blunt. I mean, my short paper looks quite easy. I mean, the title is quite complex, but the matter is not. It's quite plain, and of course, I would like to stretch out that it's not my own personal view. It's rather an example of a misfunction of art criticism in Poland. Let's see. So, what is the subject of my paper? Ars Forum, it's the title of a magazine published quarterly by the Union of Polish Artists and Designers. It's called Związek Polskich Artystów Plastyków. It's literally referring to the notion of plastic art. That's the older notion, not visual arts as well. That's probably the hugest union in Europe, with officially about 8,000 members, and as the recent information from the board came to me with some interviews, there are about 1,500 active members in it, and Ars Forum was a newspaper, a magazine, published exactly between 2017 and 2022. It's 6 years, but I mentioned 4 years here, and I will just go into details to show you why. So there are 12 numbers, or 12 issues of about more than 100 pages. The circulation is an edition of 1,000 copies available in the location of the offices of the union and in news agents, but about 50% of the huge edition was sold. It's rather a irregular number and nothing outstanding. The corpus of texts that I'm interested in consists of 197 articles and short notes. The editorial board consisted of Janusz Janowski, the editor-in-chief, who was also the president of the Union of Polish Artists and Designers, and some further names, but you should probably focus on the first name. I suppose you recognize the person who is now the director of the National Gallery, Zachęta. Covers and illustrations, so the responsible Tomasz Bereźnicki, he's a comic designer. Yeah. Oh, thank you. It would be easier. Sorry. But I'm only concentrating on the 9 issues because The other one, the last 3 issues, were published officially in 2020 and until 2022, were published and cooperated with a huge delay, with no articles of Janusz Janowski, with a new editorial board, and when you can, if you see the magazine at first glance, everything looks great, but the huge problem was caused by Janusz Janowski, who, when he got elected to be the director, chosen to be the director by the Minister of Culture, he simply vanished, and before his cadency ended in the union, so the union board didn't know what to do, and they were left with the title as well. These are the covers. As you can see, rather old-fashioned in the design. Every issue has a main topic. For instance, they are rather general, like language, politics and art, art education, beauty, patriotism, imagination, sculpture, expression, and the last one, last but not least, Latin tradition. So you can imagine what is the content, but maybe we'll go to that further. The methodology, critical analysis of discourse, which is quite obvious what it is, but it's a rather transdisciplinary method that could be interpreted differently and is rather intersubjective and not objective. So I also use basic content analysis of the corpus to show you some numbers, to give you the idea of what the discrepancies and, some differences of the representations here in the journals are. And, the numbers are also quite very striking. The results and the conclusions. So, first of all, Janusz Janowski, in the first editorial, in the number 1, released in 2017, he explained the mission of the magazine, saying, declaring or promising inclusiveness for thousands of artists associated in the union. Of course, he also used keywords like openness, braveness, unconventionality, and he also accused other magazines, mainstream magazines, of narrow ideological, stylistic, and personal line. So let's see, or let's check simply what are the numbers, and if Ars Forum really achieved this inclusiveness. What is quite interesting, as you can see, Janusz Janowski, as editor-in-chief, was responsible for over 25% of the longer texts. It's quite a lot. I compared it to the mainstream magazine Szum, maybe the first number was similar, but afterwards the net of people involved was getting bigger and bigger. And here, of course, also the first glance is quite comforting, 55 unique authors. It sounds reasonable, but of course, if you look closer, you can see that the authors that are included or who write to the magazine, they are not art historians, they are not art critics, they are artists, sometimes based in fine art academies mostly, but there are also some experts from different fields, especially lawyers. So if you really exclude the people who are, from the different disciplines, it would be about 20 people, and some of them are close long-term collaborators of Janusz Janowski, and he simply builds kind of a social net which he uses further in his professional life. There are some names that reappear all the time. Sometimes there's also a kind of a strategy to well, to hide the fact that there are not so many authors. For instance, if there are show the bios of artists that are presented, the name of an author is not listed on the list of content, because simply it would be very visible that there are people who write constantly over and over, and they share some, social responsibility, let's say, towards one another. The other fact is the proliferation of Janusz Janowski. So Janusz Janowski appears many times in the single issue, and it's probably a very conscious strategy. For instance, in 4 texts, for the typos, in a single issue, in the editorial, the interview, 2 theoretical texts, his name's photography and academic title appears 4 or 5 times on the same page. His photos are attached to the interviews with guests, who should be probably the main figures of the text, but still of the articles. For instance, here you can see the editorial, you have the photo, the signature, and the printed name with the title. The academic title is also quite interesting because it's rather not a common method to list the academic title. I mean, PhD, he's a PhD everywhere. And then, of course, the name with the title once again in the impression, so within the names of an editorial board. And afterwards, we have Janusz Janowski making an interview and appearing in a discussion 2 times. And then, in the same issue, we have an article with his bio, and he's described as a painter, philosopher, a theoretician, and an art historian, a curator, a musician, a graduate from the Fine Art Academy in Gdańsk, and a PhD. So. It's, and even the whole comics story, of course, about the union ends up with Janusz Janowski's figure. Here, we can see him holding Ars Forum as well. In the last issue that I would like to describe, in the 9th, the second thing, the third one, is that the union gives the impression that it's the only reliable organization working on legislations, especially the bill that is, would like to describe, the bill on the status of artists. And the thing is, of course, that the Civil Forum for Contemporary Art was the first union or the first association that came up with an idea of social insurance, of course, for the artists. But SPAB was seen until the last elections probably as an only reliable organization, and it was chosen by the Ministry of Culture to be the representative or a representative body for all the artists. And we can see we can have the impression or feel the impression that Ars Forum really cares about property rights, searching for certain artists and their families to pay the copyright remunerations, and some special section of a newspaper was devoted to the issue of copyrights, and it was also a kind of a very intelligent strategy to give an impression that the newspaper is reliable, because there were professionals, but from the discipline of law, or not really from the field of contemporary art, who gave quite interesting lectures about the property rights, and it looked quite fine. Of course, there were also some ideological implementations in the text that were quite reliable, and then, for instance, somebody was writing about neo-Marxism and how it influences and affects nowadays culture. But that's a different thing. And the last but not least, a specific art axiology in Ars Forum is implemented. The interesting thing is the lack of private institutions. We have only public ones described. Secondly, curators are not mentioned at all. Only the directors, except for instance, there are some interviews with the directors of the institutions during the openings of some important important exhibitions like Frida Kahlo in Poznań, but no mentioning of curators at all, and the flattery of authorities. It's quite visible because most of the mainstream newspapers and magazines are rather skeptical about the authorities. So, for instance, there was the mention that the president's patronage is a proof of an importance of an artistic event. And an interview with the Vice Minister of Culture, Wanda Zmigrodzka, was also made by Janusz Janowski, of course, because he led all the interviews. And the philosophy of art, quite specific and old-fashioned, inspired by Felix Konieczny, who was a Krakow philosopher, died in 1948, was incorporated and is really treated seriously by Janusz Janowski. So he used the notion of Latin self-visualization, and he believes that Polish culture and Polish art should be an emulation, an expression of a Latin civilization. So the 19th century painting, and it's also a matter of a newest. It's an idea quite similar to the clash of civilizations and the renaming of the world order of Huntington, of Samuel Huntington, and it's the model that treated 5 different types of cultures really essentially. So Felix Konieczny really believed that there were like Byzantine culture, there was a Byzantine culture, there was Latin culture, and Poland should continue, should be the real, like the continuation of this whole conservative axiology. And the purity of media, the description of styles, and the attention paid to nationalities is quite visible during in the descriptions of certain artworks. So, to give you some conclusion, and what was quite important for me. So the criteria that Janusz Janowski established, he really did his own infrastructure. He created it, and he created his own team of loyal people. Trust is more important than the meritocracy, of course, including nepotism, because of the, why? Probably because of the post-socialist condition. And exactly what I mean, a low social trust. The society trust index is one of the lowest in Europe, so people really believe that finding your own people and furnishing or refurnishing the institutions is important, or it's really reasonable. It's probably why nobody really protests against it. So, and especially in this painful case, so it's a painful example because the Zachęta is an institution based on continuity, with well-educated staff, which is simply being ignored by Janusz Janowski, who uses his own trust people. And probably, I think that the strategy of ignoring this kind of marginalized societies didn't give good effects. It wasn't effective enough, and probably we should pay more attention on the role of institution and thinking about critique also as a kind of institution of regulations, of regulating itself, because one of the feature of Ars Forum is that it wasn't self-criticizing itself. I mean, it wasn't self-reflective, speaking only about good things, about their things and their ideas. So probably this kind of regulations and checks and balances should be established, of course, and we should think about it, not thinking about only incorporating own structures anew, and because, well, with every change of a director, there could be, of course, the change of the net or the infrastructure of people mostly, but it's not a long-term strategy, and it's not a good strategy at all. Thank you for your attention.
Victoria, you can stay there if you want, because we are going to have discussion. One moment, we have 2 questions, but I would like to start. I think that after your presentation, we can say that the role of the successful successful art critic is to collaborate closely with the authoritarian governments, because you would be generously awarded with money for your publications, with museum or curatorial positions, and many of us in Europe, at least, Turkey, Poland, Hungary, we live under authoritarian government, and if you work for them, you are successful. And we do know that the liberal democracies don't care about us, art critics, but the illiberal democracy, they can really use us, and they are using us very successfully. And this is the case of Janowski, of course. My point is that I don't understand, Victoria, your point completely. Are you critical towards Janowski, or you are fascinated? What is behind your research? Are you supporting the success, or are you critical towards the success? So this is my first question, but of course the floor is yours. Yes, Dorota. But for us in Poland, that's not funny. I just wanted to add for people who are from abroad.
I would say at the beginning that you made a big mistake because you did not show us his paintings.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Then it would be much more. We would understand more from your lecture. But I have to congratulate that you, because now none of us come closer to this Ars Forum. We don't read it. We don't have it. We don't know what's going on in this newspaper. So you really opened our eyes with this, and it was really a painful, I think, research. Yeah? So this is the second. The third or the fourth is the curator's case. I mean that this is a very strange situation, which can be also a reason to think about it on our platform, because Mr. Janowski is a painter and art critic, and him and his colleague in Muzeum Sztuki in Łódź, they both think that curators are not necessary in the art world. They think that they can communicate directly with their artworks. In fact, if the curators are not necessary, and the same in my eyes, also the art critics are not necessary, because these are very similar functions in one case. I mean, explaining to the audience or talking to the audience about the artwork. The artwork without reception does not exist. But they don't think so. They think that the artwork simply is this, this only thing which happens in the gallery. And the second, so they don't need curators in Muzeum Sztuki Łódź, in Zachęta they don't need the curators, but they even don't know what they lose, because they don't know it. I mean, they don't know that there is any curatorial knowledge or practice or history of curatorial work. Yeah? So if they want to make Kulisiewicz exhibition, the director, of course, is a curator. In Zachęta is the same as in Ars Forum, that he is a curator, not only a director. So his way of making exhibitions like this: please find me all Kulisiewicz works in Poland, and please bring them, yeah, and we will hang them. And this is the whole what he knows about curating. This is one thing. But the most painful is the question of education in the galleries, because what I noticed in many places in Poland, that these new directors who came with this party to run the institutions, the first thing they do, they fire the education department, because their knowledge about curating is that curating is nothing, it's not a knowledge, but they also think that education means that you just make a guided tours at the exhibition. They don't know anything about mediation at the exhibition, about all these awful Marxist, inventions, not like mediation at the gallery space, or many projects which are not solely directed to the artworks at the exhibition, but which try to put them in the context, in the social context, political context, all the things we were doing in education in the art institutions. Because we managed to change education from the education to art in these last decades, into the education for democracy, for citizenship, to be a responsible citizen of the country, you know. And so this was totally against this authoritarian system which happened in Poland. So these are the points I wanted to furnish your speech.
So
thank you.
I really invite you to read some texts of them because I believe that it's not so. The problem is that they're not so stupid, and some of them maybe. I mean, it does. Oh, of course, it's no point in saying what they are, but probably they really have some complex prejudice and really know some. They have some social researchers, and they really know what is like the what are the opinions of society as well. That is, like, I mean, peace as well. And we can also remember that I suppose that the former generation underestimated them and well didn't pay attention to this kind of a craziness. And so I suppose that if somebody would have looked at it closer, there would be a possibility to stop it somehow. And the strategy of marginalizing them and saying they're idiots, it's of course sometimes reasonable, and I totally agree with you that my opinions are quite the same and rather leftist, but we have to deal with the problem, which is very big even now after the elections. And so the stake is high. It's not only about some crazy people that are marginalized, but we are talking about the director of the most important the gallery, one of the most important galleries in Poland and the most important institutions, with a huge capital, economic capital and symbolic as well, unfortunately. Probably we can agree that they don't have many people and that their benches are quite short because they really believe that being a trustful person or a loyal person is more important than being a competent one. But we must remember that there is Piotr Bernatowicz, who also wrote to Ars Forum, who is a disciple of Piotr Piotrowski, who simply, have some very radical ideas, and who has his preparation as a curator, of course, and an experience. And unfortunately, it can happen that after a few years they would be more experienced, and it won't be so laughable. So they have some idea, but it's rather similar to Robert Scruton's idea, if I may express it or put it shortly to you. To the people that don't know much about Janusz Janowski, but they have wrote about something really, and it came out that it was more complex than I thought at the beginning. So they really have unfortunately, some ideas, some art theory that exists and is really not up to date, but it is, I believe, and Janusz Janowski has also a PhD in philosophy, and there was a person, he had a promoter who is like in the mainstream as well. So there are people who at least let them do it somehow. So that is my warning, probably. And of course, a guilty pleasure while reading it, because it's sometimes very, it can make you happy for a while, in a very ironic, sad way. It's kind of a dark humor.
Thank you very much, Victoria. What Victoria is studying is the discourse of the far right, and how the discourse of the far right has been appropriated or used by the art apparatchiks, basically. But I would like to encourage you to do some comparative studies, because, of course, everywhere we have far right art critics, and especially this kind of tradition is very strong in the United States. In the 80s, in the 90s, during the Cultural War, they have the New Criterion,
of course,
the newspaper that was run by Hilton Kramer.
Oh yes, I wanted to say that Hilton Kramer was also published and translated by Bernatowicz in this newspaper, in this magazine.
There is a tradition of this far right art discourse in modern contemporary art that is so successfully used in Poland. Now another question.
Yes. So I have the typical question-comment combination. I wanted to make a comment, but also open up the conversation around art criticism and the role of art critics to kind of like bring it back to you guys as well. Thank you, Victoria, for your contribution. It was hilarious, but also, of course, there's a danger to all of that. And I think you did a good job presenting both of them. And thank you for reading Ars Forum. I never dared to. So, I had the pleasure of visiting the Latin Figurations exhibition a few months ago now. And so the idea was I was supposed to write a review for the art newspaper. And I did write the review of that show just to give people who haven't seen the show just a very, very short description. 3 male painters that Dr. Janowski invited, and it's basically religious painting framing itself as in this kind of conversation about Polish identity as Christian identity, bound by some ominous eternal values. So something very, very backward oriented. Terrible painting too, in most cases, not all of them. Some is, interesting. But to bring this back to the role of the art critic. So I had this finished, I sent it to the editor went over it, sent it back with some questions, and it was supposed to come out before the election. And then they started dragging their feet. The election happened. We know what happened during the election, thankfully. And they decided, well, it's not really newsworthy anymore, so thank you very much for your efforts, but we're not going to publish it now.
Excellent decision. Not good for you, but excellent decision.
But it's also the question of, what is the role of the art critic? What is the role of the art publishers? And if we just, say that something is important as long as it's bound to the news of the day, then we have this trouble of saying at the same time having to admit, well, maybe the news have changed in a good way, but the problem remains, right? And so how do we tackle that? So I just wanted to kind of it's not really a question, but kind of give it back to you and, talking about the role of the art critic and maybe taking some of the power back too.
Do you want to answer? Reflect on, because we have another question from Jagna, the last one. Maybe you can ask your question, Jagna, and then we'll go back to Victoria. Yes, you will in a second.
It's rather a thank you, because I want to say that it's very important that you did this analysis and you treat him serious. And that's exactly, this is, this is funny, it's so grotesque so often. I'm talking about other things, that we can keep repeating anecdotes and we can make memes of Mr. Janowski's paintings and so on, but it's real. And I was in a jury for Polish Pavilion, and that's important that he's the chief curator of Polish Pavilion now, so he also ran the competition. And this is when I experienced the team of trustees you mentioned, because most of the people were those guys who had already been shown at this exhibition that Victor mentioned, or will have an exhibition in Zachęta soon. And then there were 3 women from, not necessarily left-wing women, but younger women, younger curators and practitioners. And, but they really know what they do, what they are doing, and the way it was led, it was, professional and so on. But I wanted to say that I stayed with many quotes from that meeting, many quotes of Mr. Janowski, but my favorite one is art is not supposed to leave an open field for interpretation.
Oh, wow. Two more comments or questions? But short one. Short one. You will have your evening, Dorota, so be short.
because you say that it is that we should treat it seriously, and that they have, as I understood, also some advice from sociologists. Yeah, so I would like to know if there are more visitors in Zachęta now or less. Is anybody who knows that?
Of course, I suppose that they officially don't publish the numbers because there are, well, let's say probably less visitors, but, well, I didn't come up with this question. It's quite an important one, of course, because, well, it's easy to reflect psychoanalytically some stuff on Polish society that is not well educated in contemporary art, and there are many people who have the exact same idea as Janowski has. So that may be a problem. So I suppose we can dig in further and treating them, let's say, at least seriously in the way that they are very dangerous. And well, about this short-lasting effects and the elections, still Law and Justice Party had 35%, right? It's not nothing. It's really it's a huge number. So it's one third of all Poles who really still elects them. So
34, not 45.
even more, right? So 30. 35. Yes. I had of course 35 in mind, and I said 40 maybe.
So first of all, sorry to the auditors because we're focusing on Poland, and but yes, my question about as foreigner stepping to Poland the last 20-something years, and so I've been passing through Poland and exhibiting here and doing my things in here. Thanks for, Ars Forum. I had no idea, I had no clue the existence of this. To me, it's like Zwierciadło is something I pass by and I don't buy. And yes, this last elections, PO won the peace, but it's like the Popular Party won, and then, the right is typically they don't care, and so you feel freely because they don't care. And from my Spanish side of my experience in Spain, the biggest problems I had, they were coming from the left, because in the left they care, traditionally, right? It's not that it happens always. And I've been paying attention to what is going on in Poland, and also I'm paying attention on how the complaints are. But my question is very clear. What does make you think things are going to change? Because, there has been general elections, a change has happened. Okay, we all seen it. But what makes you, is there anything that is making you think that things are going to change about all the complaints? And I'm listening today and yesterday too, and all the panels about Poland. Yeah, that was my question.
I suppose because you mentioned the US, I think that the problem is that what really Sławomir Sierakowski and Przemysław Sadura clearly expressed in the Society of Populists is that we don't have a long-lasting tradition of institutions, and we don't have the check and balances. And that is what stops some populists and their ideas in the US, and it doesn't stop in the Central Europe because of that reason. So I don't see the possibility to change radically. Rather, it's a long-lasting process, and unfortunately, even if this changes that had already happened during the 8 years, it's possible to stop them, but it's like it's 20 years more to re-establish everything and the system. I won't be so optimistic about it.
Yes, thank you very much for this great session. I am very optimistic. We have a lot of traditional art in Poland, and we can learn from it for our future, and a lot of figurative paintings that deal with masculinity, patriotism, and nationality, and they are
very homoerotic.
They are totally crazy, those paintings. So we do have stuff to enjoy as well, and enjoy your evening, and we would like to invite you for the final session in the International Center of Culture that we start when? At 7. And it is going to be about Eastern European art criticism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like your professionality. Great.
Professionality?
Yeah, good.
Thank you. The new criterion to jest bardzo, bo tam podobne idee, oczywiście te idee były bardziej intelektualne.
Fantastic and impressive. Maybe in the future we have to write a huge volume of encyclopedia for Poland and Turkey about censorship, about these kinds of one-manship.
Well, you didn't speak about the impact of the authoritarian Erdogan government on art criticism, but I didn't want to go in this direction.
Yeah, because I told about it just a month ago about art and censorship like a Poland organized. Okay. That's why I don't want to repeat myself again. Yeah. Yeah. Great.